Good morning, everyone. We are waiting 2-3 more minutes before to start. Apologize for the small delay. I think that we already can start. So welcome to SQL Saturday Plovdiv 2020. This year, our event is virtual. It is not usual, but we are making the best to have the right content delivered in the best way with very good speakers and very good partners. First, I would like to say thank you to the whole team working on organization of this event, including Stefka, Nicoleta, Bobby, and other people who also support the organization of the conference. So I will start with presentation of our partners, and first we will present one of the oldest our partners, MentorMate, and Nedelina, who will talk some things about MentorMate and why actually MentorMate supports our events. So thank you very much to MentorMate for the big support, and I will try to make Nedelina presenter. Small mistake from my side. So actually, we will make MentorMate as panelists, and Svetla is the person who is presenting today, actually MentorMate.
So hi everyone. I hope you can see me now and everything looks good. Okay, good. So hello everyone. I'm really glad to be the representative of MentorMate today. Really glad to see actually so many people join us on this rainy Saturday. It is so encouraging to see that we still want to learn, we still want to develop our skills during this COVID situation and the weird weather today. So I would like to share that we have a raffle actually, especially for SQLSaturday, that the organizers will share a link in the chat and in the Facebook event so that you can join easily. We're actually giving away a couple of swags, and we have air purifier. So if that sounds something that interests you, you can join the raffle. It's of course free of to join. So another thing I would like to say is that we have a couple of open positions for SQL, NoSQL, and databases. So if you're interested in something like that and working from home, and when this whole COVID thing is over, of course, working in some of the 5 offices we have in Bulgaria, then ping me. I will be available in this chat the whole day. Okay, so thank you for having me on this SQLSaturday, for opening the event, and I hope you have a great event today and you learn lots of new things.
Thank you very much, Svetla. And apologize again for the mistake from my side. Actually, Nedelina is representing TTEC. So if Nedelina is here, we will make her presenter.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes.
Amazing. First of all, yeah, thanks for having me here. I'm very glad to present in front of everyone. It's a very exciting event for all of us, I guess. I would like to share a few words about TTEC and the positions that we have open right now. We are leading American outsourcing company. We are in Bulgaria since 2004. We have offices in Sofia and Plovdiv. Right now, everybody works from home, of course, and we are over 800 employees. Globally, we are over 50,000 employees, so it's quite a big company. Most of our positions are related to technical support, but right now we are expanding our portfolio, working with some of the biggest corporate partners of ours who operate in technology, and we have positions related to SQL development, additional skills like VBA, Power BI, etc. So yeah, if you have interest, I would be happy to share more, and the organizers can share my contact details and we can get in touch after the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the support. And we are a little bit after the schedule, and other our partners actually will be represented with video materials. These video materials we will stream during the breaks because we would like to be up to the schedule. I think that this is something which is small change just regarding to our planned schedule. Now we are starting with the first presentation. I suppose that for track 2, 3, and 4 already speakers started. For track 1, I will make small change. I will make my presentation shorter to be possible after the first time slot to continue in the best way, exactly in accordance with schedule which is published. So we will continue with session about Power BI custom visuals. Just we need to switch the sharing screen, which will take few seconds. Thank you. So I think that we are ready to start, and this is one of my favorite sessions, like preference. I really like the content related to Power BI custom visuals. This is something which actually is very important for specific persons. Why we need custom visuals and how to use it in the best way is the main topic which we will discuss here. Before to start, I would like to say again a big thank you to our partners, our global SQLSaturday partner, Microsoft Azure, and our sponsors, Adastra, MentorMate, Coder, TTech, and PokerStars. Of course, other global supporters of PaaS are very important, Google Cloud, Red Hat, Melissa, and without PaaS, like organization connecting people on data platform worldwide, it will be not possible to have this nice event. The preliminary agenda includes several topics. We will have an overview of what exactly is custom visual, how custom visual project works, key source files, how to consume data in source code, and of course, details related to how to debug, how to find some errors, handle exceptions, and publish custom visuals. So this is something which really is very important, and I'm very glad that I will be able to share some experience, of course. So let's start with what exactly is Power BI Visual. When you use Power BI, you have different charts, different types of visualization in your reports and dashboards. Actually, you realize this with components which are out of the box offered from Power BI. These components are so named Power BI visuals, and you are using from the beginning these visuals to have actually different kind of visualization regarding to your needs. When you need to have something more specific, or when you need to have something which is much more with strong requirements like performance, you can use not the standard visuals, you can use custom Power BI visuals. So actually, these are visual components which you can use in the same way like Power BI visuals offered out of the box from the solution. These visuals can be included in your reports and work in all places where you manage these reports. In Power BI Desktop, PowerBI.com, and if you embed your Power BI content into custom applications. So this is something which you need to know from the beginning. And when you actually have custom visuals, you can add it into your solution and to see their icons in the palette. By default, you have one development component which is used like a specific approach to develop custom components. I mean to test it. And regarding to this, actually, we need to know what is the technology stack used for Power BI custom visuals and visuals in general. From one side, we have TypeScript. TypeScript is the technology which is used by default to create custom visuals. It is possible to write JavaScript code, which is not pure TypeScript in your visuals, but by default, you need to develop components with TypeScript. Also, visualization, which is offered from Microsoft for Power BI, is based on D3GS library. D3GS library is a library which is focused for visualization of different charts, and it is quite popular for web developers. The easiest way to create custom visuals is to create components based on this library. It is not necessary. You can use different libraries, just you need to change the structure of your project. So by default, we are using D3GS, and when we create projects, these projects are based on specific templates which comes with Power BI tools. These tools are based on Node.js, and by default, we are creating projects including visualization based on D3GS library with all references. So this is probably the most important related to the technology stack. People who like strongly typed languages probably will enjoy of this approach to use TypeScript. Again, it is possible to use pure JavaScript if it is something which is easier for you. One interesting point is exactly how we develop these components in the environment of Power BI. In PowerBI.com, when you actually have deployed projects, you have also options to use custom visuals with specific placeholder, and you have specific tools which are used to reload your component, to reload data, to watch exactly data structure is, and you are able also to download the data view. So you are able to see the actual data. You are able to see how this data reacts to any changes from the source, and it is possible also to track any changes in visualization. By default, you have very simple template, including just counter, which represents how many times your component is refreshed. But it is possible to change this visualization pretty easy, and we will see exactly how it can be happened. There are several steps which we will not demonstrate here because they are much more like prerequisites. You need to install Node.js, you need to install Power BI tools, and you need also to install certificate. It is very clear described in Power BI documentation for developers why you need certificate, because when you create custom visuals, actually serving of these visuals are implemented using Node.js server. This Node.js server for development lives on your development machine, and in PowerBI.com, actually it is needed to have trust to the source which is serving this custom visual. That's the reason to have additional requirements for security and installing of certificates. Few words about the life cycle. When we have custom visuals, simple to the approach, which is popular for web components, we need to know some specific moments in the component life cycle. Initially, we have initialization with the initial state. After that, any time when we have some refresh, we have update. So in the update method, we have most of the logic usually, or into displays, we have calling of different methods which are implemented aside. But yes, you need actually to manage most of the changes here. And additionally, at the end, when you destroy the component, if you have something specific which need to be actually destroyed, you can manage also this part of the life cycle. By default, you have no need to change anything related to other parts of life cycle of visual components. Very important part is related to data binding, because visualization is actually what you can have into the data model behind the stage. And this data model is based on your report design. When you drag with mouse some options and change settings, actually you are filtering the model which is used like a data model for your visual components. So this data should be somehow passed into the component object, and this actually is implemented via update method, where you have parameters, and via these parameters it is possible to pass this information. So you have options like parameter, we will see a little bit later, and for these options we have several data views, one or more. By default, first data view is this one, which is used to actually be foundation as data model for your visualization. But you can change it in some more complex situations. Apologize. So this is probably the most important as concept, and you can see here into the slides how it works. You have these options, you have data views, and the first data view from the collection is this one, which is used by default for binding. And your structure, data structure, looks like some height of hierarchical data structure, which can be represented with JSON. And you have here specific properties into the data view, which are important for specific purpose. For example, for categories, you need to add categories which will be used actually with this visualization. And after that, you have a part which is related to rows, and these rows represent tuples with category and specific value. So based on this, you can have actually matching between categories and values into your component model. It is interesting to take a look at the whole project structure which we have for visual components. This project structure is created automatically with Power BI tools, not just Power BI tools, which we need to use for creation of component structure. And you have several things. From one side, you have assets. Assets includes images and content which will be not compiled or processed. Icons are here, and you can have different additional content. This is the folder where you have distributed package. You can create packages for distribution inside your organization. And additionally, these packages can be used for distribution using App Store, or so named App Store, which is marketplace for components for Office 365 and Power Platform. In source, you have the source files for your visual components. You have folder for styling, and for your source control by default Git, you have also Git ignore. There are several things which are important, like capabilities JSON. Capabilities JSON is used to define capabilities for your visual, and it is something which you can manage with Power BI desktop when you create your project. In general, you have specific settings for the package, and it is inside package JSON. You have specific settings for your visualization component and specific settings for TypeScript compiler. So this is the overall structure which we are using by default. Visual source is actually the most important component file which represents visualization of the component, and it is exactly in source directory. Here you will need to change the logic into update method, and probably to add some additional logic outside with separate methods, but your component works in accordance with logic which you have into the visual source file. And styling, of course, can be changed. You can use styles which are offered by default, and you can have, of course, options to restyle it in a way as you prefer. Let's take a look at the visual component source file, pbiviz.json. Here you have the main settings for the component, as I explained. You need to have name, you need to have display name, unique identifier like UID, the class which is used for your visual, version, description, and if you want to publish component, you need definitely to add information about the support URL, GitHub, and some other settings. Capability JSON is a very important file because here you can configure your data roles, data view mappings, and objects. Data roles defined data fields that your visual expect, and data view mappings define how your data want to be mapped, and objects define property panel options. We will see this into the schema a little bit later, but you can see for data roles display name, which category you have, and what kind of actually data role you have. And you can see for data roles after that on the panel representation where exactly these settings are placed. This is something which give you probably better understanding what we are changing. For property panel options, we are able also to handle some things regarding to colors and other settings. It is possible to have changing of highlighting when you make some action, when you select, for example, a specific value, and others. Settings is very important. File in the settings, you can see some settings which need to be configured. You can add additional settings here, and these settings actually can be available additionally into the panel for configuration inside Power BI desktop, and it will be also possible if you upload this component into powerbi.com to work there. Let's see how actually data is consumed. From one side, we have need to import DataView interface, and you need to have a local object which points to first of the data views or the chosen data view. And via this data view, you can actually, after that, manipulate your data. Let's see some details about Power BI Visual Tools configuration. First, as I explained, you need to install these Power BI Visual Tools. You need also to add some dependencies which are clear notified during the configuration. You need to configure server certificate, and it is probably everything which you need to start develop. You have no need of any license exactly for development of Power BI visuals. Even Pro license is not needed for this purpose. You can develop this absolutely for free. DataView can be explored with tools in the placeholder for custom visuals in powerbi.com, and also into any place where you will embed this project. So you can check exact values in specific moment if you want to develop components and need to actually see if your logic is correct. So DataView is available as JSON structure, and you are able to check any value. Some specific things around debugging. When we need to debug our components, there are several challenges. From one side, it is not possible to use normal standard breakpoints. Your breakpoints will be lost when actually your component is refreshed. So you need to use debugger statements into your code, and you need to have such kind of logging to see exactly what kind of values you have for specific variables or other components. So this is something which is good to know from the beginning. Next thing is related to exceptions. Again, you are not able to see the exceptions. It is something which is actually by design, intentionally, because if it is not done in this way and exceptions are raised on the top, up to the top, you can actually affect the whole Power BI service. That's the reason to not be able to use standard exception raising. But it is possible to have log exceptions programmatically. So it is possible to write your code, and after that to decorate specific methods with your custom methods, which custom properties which you actually implemented. Another interesting point is how exactly we can submit Power BI visuals to app source. There are several important things. First, to know what is exactly app source. We already clarified that this is marketplace used for data platform and Office 365 components. Why we need to use app source? You can distribute your components even without app source. You can create packages, and these packages can be included in different reports, but you have no control, and it is not so easy even if you have your internal distribution in a mid-size or big organization where many users will need these new components. It is not pretty easy to distribute these components. So for big organizations and for external use from users outside of your organizations, you need to use some common approach like publishing into app source. What you need to have? You need to create your component. You need to make detailed description. You need to fulfill form and to send your component with additional details to app source. How it happens? It is not absolutely automatically. You need to submit request, and after that you will receive information how exactly to send your component. You need also to make specific configuration of XML file which is needed for app source. So this configuration is specific for the marketplace. It is something which you can receive as detailed information from the app source team. If your component is approved, it will be available into app source. There are specific differences between actually approving of component for app source and certification. Certification covers additional requirements which are not needed just to publish and distribute your component. So Microsoft Power BI team will test and approve these components, and if these components cover additional requirements, you will have certified status of your components, and it offers more features. For example, you can export to PowerPoint using this status of components. You can embed into specific applications actually your component. If your component is not certified, it can be used in custom applications, but not in all third-party applications where premium users, for example, can embed some content or can have some kind of custom solutions. And now it is time for demos. For demos, I will try to actually demonstrate several options. First, I will move here the terminal. Just probably need to change the size of the font to be more clear. Okay, so how we can actually make new visual. Let's type pbiviz, and you see you have different options here. You can use new, and you can create new component with the name which you want. You can create with option for package, new package. You are able also to update your component, and you can have, of course, help with additional information. Let's try to do pbiviz new SQLSat Plovdiv. So it takes few seconds till the structure is created. I will try now to show you exactly where is the structure. It takes a little time. Just I would like this process to be finalized. Depending on current load of your machine, it could be few seconds up to probably 30 seconds, 1 minute. Let's try to see. Okay. We already have this component. Let's show you inside the Windows Explorer exactly what is the structure. As we discussed, you have several folders, and you have inside source, you have Visual TS, where is our main logic, and we have also several configuration files. But let's try to demonstrate the things with Visual Studio Code. So I will open Visual Studio Code. And now we have already option to navigate to the whole structure which we have in general. Just to see if we have the right folder. Probably, yeah. This is the right folder. Okay, so as we discussed, from one side, you have this capabilities JSON, where you have by default some data roles. You have objects, data view mappings. These are some of the most important configurations. You can take a look at package JSON, where you have settings for the package. You have this main configuration file for the component pbiviz.json. We need to view it in word wrap mode because it is without carriage return symbols. It is something like this. We have some settings about TypeScript compiler, and inside source we have Visual TS, which is by default our main file with logic for the source component. And here you can see two things. First, constructor, where you have some initial actions, and additionally into update you have things which we are already discussed: passing of options with collection of data views, and the chosen by default data view for next processing. So this is the most important. If we need to start our component, let's go to our folder and let's start this component, the Node.js server, sorry. What exactly has happened? It will take again from few seconds up to few minutes, but you will have running Node.js server on the specific port, and now I will have some options to check into PowerBI.com what happens with our custom visual. A refresh takes more time exactly on my machine because I'm streaming currently and probably need better bandwidth. But despite this, I think that we can demonstrate details relative fine. So first, we need to go to edit mode. Into the edit mode, here we can choose for specific component how visualization will be represented. And here you can see in the palette developer visual. To be possible to use developer visual, you need also, give me a second, into the settings. I will not save it, I will go again after a few seconds. Into the settings, you need to have turned on here for developer, enable developer mode. So let's go back to our project. The main delay is because of refreshes. So now I will go to edit mode and I will change here the visualization. And you see, for example, that we have this default structure. You are able to download your data. You are able to see exactly how your data is structured. If there are some actually changes, well, let's see. In some moment, depending on what you do, you will start to see the counter with different values here, depending on when we have a refresh. This is the most important. Well, I just enforced a refresh with some changes into the layout, but in general, this is something which depends also on the logic which you have into the component when you create it. So if we go back to our custom component, you can see that this component by default is with specific visualization demonstrated here. Now I will make something a little bit different. I will go to our PowerShell. We'll stop serving of this component. We'll go to another folder with circle cart ready. And we'll show you let's try with Visual Studio Code. What exactly we have, just to confirm that this is the right folder. So let's select the folder with the final result, which we have. And here we have now additional logic, which is available here. Into our visual component, here is added additional logic. This logic is related to visualization here, where we are using actually components from D3GS for visualization, and we have also into update method additional logic regarding to size of the component and how the component is filled. So this is one of the specific parts, and of course configuration of the package, configuration of the visual and capabilities JSON are updated in a way to have the right settings when you configure the component. Now I will make again pbiviz start. It will take again few seconds, and I will show you the final results. So now we have actually this solution running. Going back to sales report, I will refresh it. And I will demonstrate how the custom visual in the final state actually represent the data. Again, we are choosing edit mode here. And our custom component can be chosen by developer visual. It is pretty similar to this one, which demonstrate, but let's with small difference just in the formatting. Trying to load it. Okay. Just well manage it now. Need to refresh. Just running of the Node.js server with the new components was not finished. That was the reason to have such kind of situation. Going again into edit mode. We will try this time to have the right visualization. Hopefully, yes. So visualization here is almost the same, just change the formatting of the numbers without decimal separators. You can 1000 separators, sorry. You can see this is actually not the difference, but it is something which you can do pretty easy. It is relatively basic component. What is the most important, which you can remember at the end? Just a second. You need to set up your Power BI custom visual dev environment. You need to know what exactly is used for custom components. You need to know the main configuration files. You need to add some changes into these configuration files, and this is probably the most important, which you need to know. To summarize, custom visuals are used for different purposes. You have make it much simpler than you expect, because many options for configuration via Power BI UI even are not needed if you have specific goal. You can optimize the performance of your reports also based on what kind of logic you have. And you need just to try and to see that it is not a complicated solution for experienced developers. Everyone with a little understanding about development and understanding about Power BI can make really awesome visuals for custom dashboards. That was everything from this presentation. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I will be glad to answer your questions.
So thank you, Misha, for the wonderful session. I think we don't have questions. Don't forget that you can put it in the question section. So thank you for all and see you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarscareers.com.
Hi. Hello. Hey, do you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me, please?
Hi, Damir. Hey.
Hello.
Do you hear me? Hi.
Yes.
Everything's okay. So could you please share your screen?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, we see you now.
Okay. You see visuals. SQLSaturday Management Studio.
Yes, we do.
And right now you will see possibly the presentation.
Yes, so everything's okay. I'm here if you need something, so you can start whenever you want.
Great.
Okay,
Okay.
so people,
I think
this year and enjoy him.
Thank you very much. So welcome to SQLSaturday New Functions Syntaxes Tips and Tricks. And I'm Damir. And first of all, I want to thank you all the sponsors, because without sponsor support, this event will not be possible, of course. And who am I? For many years, I was a developer, mostly programming ASP.NET using C#. I was also using many other technologies, for example, Clarion, Oracle Forms, etc. I started to use SQLSaturday from version 2000, and with more than 15 years of my professional experience, I oriented myself on SQLSaturday development. Last 9 years, I'm working for a great company named Span, and my current position is Senior Database Developer. For more than 2 years, I'm leading the Croatian SQLSaturday user group, and in 2019, with some friends, I organized the first SQLSaturday in Croatia. Also, this year was the second one. And I am also one of the co-founders of Data Weekender conference. I am writing my blog about SQL Server, and this year Microsoft rewarded me with the MVP status for my contribution to the community. Okay, that was short. So actually, as you know, SQL Server last version is 2019, and this talk will be a short overview of new functions introduced, some of them still from 2016, and we are waiting for some new version of SQL Server. And maybe if you are already using new versions of SQL Server, you know these things. So actually, most improvements since SQL Server 2016 to date have been introduced on functions related to string manipulation. And for a start, we will go over what has been improved in that regard. In addition, there are some new related to other segments, and some of which we will study also later. And this session is related to some new functions and features, and not strictly about performance tuning enhancements, of course. String split, it's a table value function introduced in SQL Server version 2016 for splitting strings values by a separator. It has multiple usages. For example, like you can use it for parse an input parameter for a store procedure, for example. The function returns a single value column table with parts or fragments, and the name of the column is value. Return type depends on any of the input arguments. For example, nvarchar and nchar returns nvarchar. All other data types are returned as varchar. The table value function can be used not only in the select statement to get the results, but also in the where or from, like for example in joining, or for example for using cross-apply operator. From my experience, I know that there are many theories, approaches, and solutions to split strings in SQL Server before the existence of string split function. The one I did prefer before was using XML, and you can find handy articles on the internet with the comparison of various methods. String escape, it's a function that escapes special characters by an escaping rule, by any rule, while the rule is JSON. So there is only one rule for escaping. The reason for that is because SQL Server 2016 introduced JSON support, and it was logical to introduce also string escape. Format message statement is actually enhanced in SQL Server 2016 to accept a new optional parameter, message string, meaning you can use your own string to build a message. For example, if you are a developer and maybe you want to concatenate or format strings in SQL easily, like for example, you can do it in C#, then you can use the new format message enhanced in SQL Server 2016 for that. Okay, these presentations will have many demos, so let's jump on the first one. First of all, string split. So I hope this is readable to you. So actually we have a string here delimited by one character, and of course we want to get the ingredients for a mojito cocktail. What will happen, for example, if we have two separators near? We will get, of course, an empty string. So if you like to not get such results, you must use the where statement to get rid of these values. And another thing, maybe you would like to split strings based on two characters, but of course this is not possible in using string split, because the second parameter or the delimiter must be one character. Okay, let's see a usage example. Imagine that stock items IDs are input parameter of store procedures. So actually we want to get stock items for these stock items IDs, invoice lines. So here, of course, we will get all the invoice lines for these stock items IDs. And this is one example how you could use this function in a store procedure. Okay, let's compare the performance of this function. So first of all, we will create the old function using for splitting strings using XML. Let's check if it is working. Of course it is. So actually you have here delimiter is space, and also this function is actually better than string split, but non in performance, but because you can use for the delimiter more than one character. So let's turn the statistics and let's split the same string using both approaches. So as you can see, the second one is using string split, and the first one is using the XML, the old approach. The result is the same, pretty much. Let's look at the execution plan. So the old approach was used in 64% of the whole batch, and string split function was using only 36%. Let's look at this here at the numbers. So as you can see, the old approach using XML was using a temporary object also, and it had 227 logical reads, and the whole query took 31 milliseconds of CPU time, and the second approach using string split had only 16 logical reads. You don't see the temp table usage, and the query took 60 milliseconds only to execute. Okay, string escape. So as you remember maybe from my presentation, it escapes special characters by any rule, while the rule is JSON, of course. So I have here a string with enter with special characters, and this is actually the escaped string that is usable for JSON. So every character is special character is escape. Control characters, for example, char 7 is all control characters are escaped like \u and the code of this character. And what will happen if we want to escape a null value? We will get a null value. And the last function of this in 2016 is the format message. So let's try to concatenate some strings in the old way. So I have the two names or two string values, and I want to concatenate this. So you are doing this by using plus operator, of course. But you have some problems with that approach. For example, if you want to use a number, you must first cast the number to text data type. Otherwise, you will get an error. And second problem you have with this approach is are the actually null values, because if you remember, null plus something is always null. So you have more problems here. So the bulletproof solution would be actually to check for every null value it is not null and replace with something this, and also to cast all the non-strings values to string. So this is a pretty big part of text to display one sentence, and this is not so great. Or by using format message, you can do it like, for example, in C#. So you have the string, here you have the placeholders for the variables, and here you have variables. Okay, the casting is still required, but this is the only limitation you have actually. And here you can play with these placeholders. You can use also other placeholders, not only strings. So for example, this is a string placeholder. Let's run this, and you will get the sentence much like programming. And let's check what will happen with the null value. As you can see, the drink name, I didn't use the is null, and actually null will be converted to this parenthesis and null, and this is great. And also this is a handy example to create drop table statements for every table in the database. Okay, let's continue with our slides. SQL Server 2017 introduced mostly these new functions related to strings. So the first one is trim. Trim is a new SQL Server function introduced, of course, in SQL Server 2017. And it removes space characters from both sides, meaning at the beginning and left and the end right part of the given string value. Before introduction of trim function in SQL Server 2017, it was possible to accomplish this task by using the combination of, if you remember, ltrim and rtrim functions. And there was also third possibility, for example, to write a custom CARL function, for example, using C# string trim. But I think that this approach isn't probably the best and the quickest one. String aggregate function introduced in SQL Server 2017 is for string aggregation. String aggregation is pretty much the opposite from string split described earlier. And there are also many approaches and solutions to aggregate data in SQL Server before the existence of string aggregate function. The one I prefer is using XML and stuff. And I'm not sure if this is the optimal one, but we will not test them right now. But I will show you the comparison of these approaches in the demo. Of course, what you are hoping for with translate, maybe that SQL Server will translate something from Bulgarian to English or something. And I must, of course, disappoint you, because the function translate replaces multiple characters inside the given string value. The function translate cannot be used to replace a character with an empty string also. And this was possible by using the old replace function in SQL Server or with other approaches. But okay, we will see how it is used. And the last one is concat vs. So SQL Server function concat was actually introduced in SQL Server 2012. Simply as that, it returns a string that is the result of concatenating two or more string values. The new function concat vs is introduced in SQL Server 2017, and it concatenates a variable number of arguments with the delimiter specified in the first argument or separator. So actually, if you need the same separator between two or more strings, then concat vs is the command you are looking for. Okay, let's jump on the demo. First one, trim. You know this. You have spaces before the string and after the string, and this is first the original value. This is the old approach using ltrim, rtrim, and this is the new function trim. Of course, the two approaches are working the same, and you have less code, of course. So the interesting part here is string aggregate. So it aggregates one or more text with using a delimiter. So you have a value that you want and the delimiter. Okay, let's try to aggregate something in by a real example. So I have sales customer actually, and I want to aggregate customer name, and I get an error. Why? So the error is string aggregation result exceeded the limit of 8,000 bytes. Okay, what's the point of that? So as you can see here, customer name is n varchar 100. And in this case, SQL Server thinks actually that the end results will be less than 4,000 characters, and you have a problem here. So to be able to do this, you must first cast the value to an nvarchar max data type, and now it will work. So this is the example how to do this. Okay, let's try to aggregate a null value. Okay, and as you can see, the null value is completely ignored, and this is great because you don't have problems with that null. Okay, let's see. So I have invoice, and I want actually to group by invoice IDs by every customer ID, and I can use string aggregate for that, of course. And this is nice. These are the IDs of every invoice for a customer. But if you want to be sure actually that these values are sorted, in this case they are, because we are using a primary index, but no matter. In some cases, this list, for example, would not be sorted from the smallest to larger or something. So if you want actually to sort to be sure that the end result will be sorted somehow, you can use, of course, this syntax here. So you have the string aggregate within group, order by, and the parameter that you want to use for sorting. And now you are completely 100% sure that this list will be sorted. Okay, let's compare the performance. So I have the old approach using XML and stuff, and the second one using the string aggregate. Okay, let's run this query parallel. And first of all, let's check the execution plan. So as you can see, the old approach using XML and stuff, it was using almost, okay, this is not completely the true, 100% of something, and the second one was using 0%. This is also not true because it's impossible actually that some process is using 0%. But let's see the messages here. So the first one was using 250 milliseconds of CPU time, and the second approach using string aggregate was using only 78 milliseconds of CPU time. And so meaning that the string aggregate is less consuming than the old approach using XML. Okay, translate, it replaces multiple characters. So you can specify here, you have the string, and I want to replace the close parenthesis with the open parenthesis. So I will get an result here. Let's try to replace spaces with nothing, and this is not possible. You will get an error because it is required actually that you must have a character for replacing. Okay, this was possible, of course, by using the old replace. Okay, but translate give us the possibility to replace multiple characters with multiple characters. So in this case, you will see that I want to replace every square bracket with a normal bracket, and this square bracket with a normal bracket. And by using, for example, replace, the function before SQLSaturday 2017, I needed to do this, replace, replace, and maybe replace, replace, replace. So this is a handy way to replace more than one character with another one. Okay, and also this is the same example like this. Okay. And of course, the last one, concat.vs, as you know. So what is concat? Concat was the old function introduced in SQL Server 2012. And of course, this is the usage of this. So for example, I want to concatenate, for example, person name, will order, number of drinks, etc., etc. The great thing with that is actually that you don't need to cast the data type. Let's check how concat is doing with null values. And this is also great because concat does not require is null. Okay, and what about concat.vs? Concat.vs does not use anymore 2 parameters, so the minimum of 3 parameters is required. So you must have one delimiter at the beginning and multiple string values after that. So let's see CSV. So concat.vs is nice to use when you need to concatenate multiple strings with the same delimiter. So I want, for example, to generate something similar to a CSV file. Okay, but what will happen if one value is null? As you know, null values are for example, ignored. So you can see that the second value should be null, and we have only 2 values. We don't have 3 values, like in the header. So this, for example, would be a wrong CSV document, and you will not be able to import this CSV document somewhere because you have 3 columns and only 2 values. So in that specific case, you are required to use the is null and to replace the null value with an empty string. And in that case, for example, the CSV output would be correct 1 and usable in, for example, Excel. Okay, let's return to new cool things introduced in SQL Server 2019 about strings, of course. So you know this frustrating message, string or binary data would be truncated. Sometimes this error message can be very frustrating, of course, and almost impossible to detect what insert statement or value is the cause of this issue. Imagine that we are trying to insert some values from another table or complex select statement, and you get this message. But Microsoft team did a great job in SQL Server 2019 version of the product. What's new? Now we have some basic parameters of the error, like you can see here. The table in which the database, the table, the destination column name, and the value or part of the value where the error occurred. Just keep in mind that the error number changed from 8,152 to 2,628. And if you are, for example, using in your code, if you refer in the code to the old error number, you can turn off this feature if you don't like it, for example, or if you need it, by alter database scope configuration, set verbose transaction warnings of blah, blah, blah. UTF-8. Before SQL Server 2019, storing some characters, for example, ASCII, in SQL Server was limited. SQL Server supports Unicode characters in the form of nchar, nvarchar, and ntext data types that are using UTF-16 encoding. The penalty for this was that you need to pay the price for more storage and more memory, of course, because you had to store all the data in Unicode UTF-16, even when you needed only ASCII characters. UTF-8 is the dominant character encoding system in the World Wide Web, and it is used in over 90% of all web pages. UTF-8 database support allows application internationalization without converting all strings to Unicode. UTF-8 support in SQLSaturday 2019 is implemented as new collations, and in total, there are 1,553 new collations you can choose for database. You can identify them because they finish with the UTF-8 suffix. We are trying the Russian translation for the phrase SQLSaturday 2019 supports UTF-8 collation. And if Google, of course, or Bing does not lie to us, it should be sound like visible here. Non-UTF-8 database on the left part of the screen. Notice that the result for the query where we are using the varchar data type is incorrect. We lose the Cyrillic characters. The characters are displayed correctly in the second query, the one with nvarchar data type. And on the right side of the screen, UTF-8 database, the result is here correct. We see the Cyrillic characters in both data types, varchar and also nvarchar. Look also at the column data length value. You can notice that there is a slightly improvement in the consumption of the space needed for storing Cyrillic characters using the UTF-8 encoding. Demo. Nobody asking questions. We will do questions at the end. All is clear for now. Okay, let's change our compatibility level to database before SQLSaturday 2019, and let's go to inserted some values. But this is the handy case because we know what values we are inserting, and we have only 3 values, and we get this nice message: string or binary data would be truncated. Okay, where? I want to know where. So I have problems here actually because I must look at every value and try to find what was the problem. Okay, let's change the database compatibility level to SQLSaturday 2019, and let's try to insert the same values. And now I will get a better result. So string binary data will be truncated in the table database name. What's the database? DBO data. What column? So last name. And also I get the part of the truncated value. So I know last name is the second one. So I can look here, here, or here. And I see here that actually Daniel, it's starting with Daniel. And this is a problem. And why is this problem? Because it has 7 characters, and I created a table with supporting only 6 characters. UTF-8. Okay, here you can see all the collations with UTF-8, 1,553 of them, and they are all ending with UTF-8 suffix, as you can see. I will create 2 databases, one with UTF-8 support and one without. I am first using I will run these queries parallel. Okay, so first the non-UTF-8. I was trying to insert as varchar the Cyrillic characters, and of course I have problem because they are not displayed here. The characters are displayed correctly by using nvarchar, of course, but notice that I am using 78 bytes for storing this. So this is the length. And in the second example, by using UTF-8 database, the string is visible correctly in both examples by using varchar and also by using nvarchar. And notice also that you have small improvement in the data size. So it's not half, but is something. And also the characters are displayed correctly. Okay, and this is all of new string functions. Let's return on the slides, but I have some more features for you. I think I have time. Yes, I have. So compress and decompress. Compress and decompress are introduced in SQL Server 2016. As you know, probably, SQL Server already supports raw and page compression of data, and compress function actually is not the replacement for them. The function returns the data type of var binary max that represents the compressed content of the input. The function is using gzip algorithm for data compression, and compressed data cannot be indexed, of course. It is recommended to use it on rarely used data, maybe some log data or XML, because the data is not simple readable or usable if it is first not decompressed, of course. On short text values, the compressed data could use more space than the original data. This is, of course, normal behavior, like the file compression of really small files. Decompress should be the exact opposite of the compress mechanism, or maybe not. The function actually returns the data type of var binary max data type. And if you like to get the original value, you must first cast it to the original data type. So so you must cast the data type in the same data type before compression, otherwise you will not be able to read the result of maybe if you don't read so good the var binary format from your head. Demo. Okay. Okay, I have here a really big sentence, lorem ipsum, and I want to compress it. And of course, I'm using the new compress function. Here I get the var binary data type. Let's see actually the compression rate of this. So the compression rate was actually 62.24%. And this is pretty great compression ratio. But what will happen, for example, I have here one sentence really small, and if I try to compress it, my compression rate will be minus 20%. So actually the compressed value is bigger than the original one. And of course, this is normal because, for example, if you are compressing TXT file with one character inside, the compressed zip, for example, will be larger than the original one. Okay. I created some copies of original tables because I want to show you the gain. So this is the normal table, is sales order line copies, non-compressed. It held only order line ID and description. And this is the second example, compressed this. Let's see, compare first the non-compressed data with data compression none, then the old one row, page, and finally the compressed one. So the non-compressed data was using 43 megabytes. And the page and the row compression are pretty much the same. So only 22 megabytes, something like 50% compression rate, let's say it. And the compress one was using by using compress, it is using 32 megabytes of storage. And this is something like 25% of gaining. But let's see the XML data. I have, let's check if I did prepare this also. Oh, sorry, I did not. I think it will be fast. Hopefully. And how's the weather there?
It's a little bit rainy, but it's okay.
Okay, here actually the first day after 5 days of raining. So it's pretty okay.
So there is better from here.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Oh, finished. Okay, sorry. So this is the XML example. We have here the original XML, non-compressed. And here is, of course, the compressed data of the XML data type. And if we compare this, you will actually see that the compressed one is half. You get 50% of gain. And it's really cool, but you need a lot of CPU to power actually if you want to find something in this type of storage, because you must first decompress it. So it's okay to use it on rarely used data. Okay, decompress. So let's, okay, we have a non-compressed and we will first compress it and then decompress it. And let's see, I hope to get from where I started. And this is not the true, because the decompressed function, it's return, as you can maybe see here, a var binary data type. So you must cast it to the original data type to get the result. So, okay, first decompress and then cast to nvarchar max. And why I am telling you this? Of course, because you can get funny stuff if you don't cast it to the original data type. So, for example, here I was starting with nvarchar, and I would then compress it, decompress it, and I want to cast it to varchar. Okay, I make an error, or maybe I didn't know the original data type of this column, and I will get only this. So, okay, let's see the another thing. I starting from varchar, and I want to cast it as nvarchar, the compressed one. And now, I don't know even, this is maybe Chinese, but I don't know Chinese, sorry. So it is required actually that you know exactly your data and data types, that you can efficiently use this syntax. Okay, so let's compare a little bit the performance. I have not actual execution plan. Okay, so I have, of course, the XML non-compressed, and I have the XML compressed. I want, of course, to turn on statistics. Okay, and firstly, I want to show the first 10,000 lines from non-compressed table, and then from the compressed table. Okay, I told you actually that. Okay, so what is logical? Logical is that the second one is bad because we must first decompress the data. Okay, let's see first the execution plan. Okay, what is happening? So the first one, the optimal one without compression, is using 66% of the whole query batch, and the second one only 34. But this is not logical. Okay, what is happening? So SQL Server actually is basing most of these execution plan approximations on logical reads. And of course, the non-compressed one is using more storage. And if you don't have this in the memory, you must take many data from the hard drive, of course, also in the memory. So the first one was taking 141 milliseconds to complete, and it had near 20,000 logical reads. And the second one was using half of the logical reads, okay, but as you can see, it was using 1 second of CPU time, so 10 times more. And of course, it is a great, it is actually a great saving of space, but you must be aware, of course, that you will use more CPU time. And of course, you must know for what you plan to use this. Okay, I hope you are not sleeping, that I am not. Okay, create or alter. You know you want to create a new procedure and it already exists, for example, and you get this nice error. There is already an object name called blah, blah, blah in the database. So you have the bulletproof solution. First, if the object is not null, then drop it and then create it again. And of course, from SQL Server 2016, there is introduced create or alter. So after many years, SQL Server introduced the possibility to create or alter an object depending if the object already exists or not. Currently supported object types are store procedures, functions, triggers, and views. Similar to that is the drop if exist or ACADI. This is a new SQL Server syntax. And of course, you can remember a lot of situations when you need to drop an object. For example, a table in production environment. Okay, don't do this, but maybe in a temp table or store procedure for testing or something. So now we have the new drop if exist statement, which is basically a conditional drop statement. Still as before, you can run it only if you have adequate permissions. If the object exists and you don't have adequate permissions, you will get no error message, or maybe not. we will see. The reason for that is that the drop if exist simply suppress the error message. Okay, the demo will be funnier. Date diff big is almost the same function as date diff, starting from SQL Server 2008. And the only difference between the date diff and date diff big is the big part of the name, of course, but also date diff, it's returning a value of int data type, and date diff big is returning big int. So date diff big function can handle much bigger values than the date diff function. Also with the date diff big, you can get the overflow error message, but it's harder because you must overpass the begin data type, and begin int is really big. Hash byte. So in short words, hashing is the process of generating a value or values from a string or text by using a mathematical function. Single server hash byte was introduced already in SQL Server 2005, supporting MD2, MD4, MD5, and you can see on the screen algorithms. From SQL Server 2012, new additional mechanism were introduced. So the SHA2, 256 and 512. But prior to SQL Server 2016, the input value was limited to 8,000 bytes. Now the limit does not exist anymore, and you can use it for nvarchar var binary max input data. And also, starting with SQL Server 2016, all algorithms other than the last two are deprecated. They will, of course, continue to work, but only the last two are recommended for the usage because they are easily to break. Okay, demo. So create or alter. This will be a quick demo. So I want to create super new functions, okay, but for example, I am a new developer, I came to one system, and oops, I didn't know actually that somebody write already this function. So, okay, I will write this nice piece of code. If the object exists, blah, 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 drop it, create it, whatever. And this is actually not so cool because maybe I had some security related things to one store procedure. And I actually, if I did know that it exists already, I would rather alter it than drop it first. So now you can use this create or alter. So we can run this. I'm running this 5 times, 10 times. You will see that actually there is no error message, and if the function exists, it will be altered. Otherwise, it will be created. Okay, drop if exists, akadai. So I want to drop a non-existing table. I have, of course, get an error. So the bulletproof solution is this. First check if the object exists, and then drop it. But the second approach is to use this if exist solution. And now I'm not getting an error, of course, because the error is suppressed. But on one presentation of mine, Erland Somarskog, you maybe know this guy, it is a great guy, give me one nice and cool example. Okay, I will create 2 tables, and I will create a user without login, okay, and I will grant select on this one table of 2. I want to execute this code as this user, and I want to drop the 3 tables. Okay. And of course, I get 3 error messages. Okay. First one, the secret table, this user does not have rights, so I get the error message. The second, the official table, I am unable to drop because I have only the select rights on this table. I don't have the right to drop it. And no such table is a non-existing table. Of course, I cannot drop it either because it doesn't exist. But what will happen now? Let's try to do the same with drop table if exists. So I'm actually thinking that I will get any error message. So I'm safe. I will not get any error message. Okay, let's run it. Then I get 1 error message. And so on which object? The no such table, non-existing, I didn't get error message. I get only the error message on the official table. Actually, as you can remember, I have the rights only to select data from this table. So still I cannot drop it and I still get the error message. So, okay, thank you. Thank you, Erland Somarskog, for pointing this out. Okay, but now I'm using my own user. Date div big. So you know that actually, if I want to, by using the old one, date div, the difference of 1 day in microseconds. I want to select this, and I will get the overflow because there are more microseconds than data type int. But by using date div big, notice that I can select microseconds and even nanoseconds. So, of course, because we are using the big int data type. Hash bytes is for hashing values. This is all the hashing algorithms that you can see used in SQL Server. Of course, only the last 2 are recommended, this and this. And notice, of course, that better hashing algorithm is using more space, of course, the data length. But this with hash bytes is a nice feature. For example, if you want to get hash values for every record and all columns in your database. Okay, so let's run it. So this is actually the hashed invoice. How did I do this? I converted all the columns for an invoice in XML, and then I hashed this value. And this is the hash value of every invoice, the whole invoice in the system. So imagine, for example, that you want to make the data, to compare data between 2 systems, for example, 2 tables or 2 databases, 2 PCs, whatever, and you want to find quickly what record have been changed in the source and in destination. So if you, for example, have 500 columns and you want to quick find what columns are changed, you can, for example, create an additional column with hashed value, and so this comparison will be quick. So let's see more readable example of this here. So as you can see, The second and the third row are the same because the hash is the same, and the last two are the same because the hash is the same. And if you really check these records, you will see that this is true. So hashing values is nice feature to compare two or more records. Okay. Okay, and I have 2 minutes still. I want just to briefly talk you about JSON support in SQL Server, and I will only show you one demo, one script. Why is JSON cool? And so the main question is, why would we support and use JSON in SQL Server? So like, for example, XML, JSON is a standard and it should be supported. Other vendors support it, for example, Oracle, PostgreSQL, and many others. And some of them, such as PostgreSQL, are very serious and robust. Many different frameworks in these days use JSON. For example, web services, web applications, etc., etc. So, if you want, for example, to convert SQL data in JSON format, you can pretty much use the syntax for JSON. It's almost the same like for XML, you know all. So you have the for JSON auto, for JSON path, and if you are using for JSON auto, the JSON output will be formatted automatically. And if you are using for JSON path, the JSON output will be formatted by the query itself using aliases, and it proposes to create more complex outputs like nested objects. And you have additional options, include null values, root without array wrapper. We are almost out of time, and JSON is actually the whole 1 hour theme here. So, okay, if you want to convert JSON to SQL, read JSON data in SQL, we are using OpenJSON, and it returns an object that can be used just like a normal table of view, and depending on the usage, it can return data in two possible ways, by default schema or explicit schema. Default schema when the schema of course is not specified, and explicit schema when user-defined schema, meaning the return columns are defined by the user. Default schema, it returns actually a table with 3 columns, key, value, and type, where the key is the name of JSON property or the index of JSON element. The value is the value of the property or index, and the type is data type of the value, and data type is tiny int. And if you can see in this table, what is this? Okay, and OpenJSON with explicit schema is similar to reading XML data in SQL Server, and you can specify your own schema when reading JSON data. And only, as promised, I will show you one cool demo about JSON. So, imagine you have a table with many columns, for example, sys databases. So, as you can see, sys databases has 86 columns. Okay. Imagine that you want to find only differences, different values, and only columns that are different in the 2 rows. Okay. So I want actually to compare the values between database 1 and database ID 3. And these are model and master. And this result here is really cool. So notice that starting from 86 columns, we get only the 9 different columns. And these are the only differences here. So, as I told you already, JSON is a big topic, and I don't have any more time here. Thanks one more to the sponsors. And now I will see that something in the chat is blinking here. Let's try to find what. Svetla, I'm really glad to join SQL
We are waiting for some questions. So if there are any, you can put them in the question tab. Thank you for the great session, and maybe you can talk a little bit more for Jason next time.
Yes, this could be
not?
great. I actually did talk about the JSON on SQL Saturday, last of your events you had.
Yeah, in Sofia.
In Sofia, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so there aren't any questions. So thank you again. It was a pleasure for us, and see you next time.
Yes, thank you very much for having me as speaker, and enjoy the rest of the day. And I really hope that very soon we will be able to see each other.
Wait a second. We have a question from Vladimir Georgievich. Is appropriate material going to be uploaded on official site?
Yes, in 3 minutes from now. Okay, I am going to do this right now. Thank you for pointing out that.
Okay, thank you again, and see you next time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So now we are going to have a little bit lunch break. So we are expecting you again in 1 o'clock. So see you there.
Thank you. Bye.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarscareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarscareers.com. At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournaments, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarscareers.com.
So I want you to present you our next speaker, Marco. So hi, Marco.
Hello, hello. Hi.
Hi, I see you.
Nice to see
Okay,
you.
so nice to see you too. I hear you, I see you, so you can begin when you want. Only you just have to show your screen to share it.
Yeah.
Yep,
Let me
we
check the right one to share, and I will start. Just a moment.
Take your time.
Oh yeah, sorry. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, now we see only your desktop.
Yeah, that's okay. Sorry,
Okay.
the problem is that PowerPoint is actually using the wrong monitor. I actually, okay, probably now you will see my first slide.
Yes, we do.
With the title. Okay, I think we can start.
I'm leaving you to the audience. Take your time.
Okay, I'm ready.
So you can start whenever you want.
Okay. So, welcome, and hope you are enjoying the SQL Saturday Plovdiv. Today, I will speak about something relating on a specific version of a SQL Server that has come to the market not as long a time ago, specifically a couple of years ago, has been shared the intention to build this new tool that essentially is the possibility to have SQL Server in the same way we usually have on-premise or in the cloud, but in a very specific form, in a form that consists of having it on the edge. Okay, first of all, I want to start talking about an introduction. First of all, talk about the sponsor that permit to have this event, and obviously thank you to all of them. Who I am is probably not as important now. If you want to contact me, I can show this slide with my contact at the end of the session, so you can for sure get in contact with me whenever you have a question, also after the session. Let's start. What I can say on this slide is the meaning is everything and growthly everything is rounding about the data. Everywhere you go to see in the world, in the modern world, is something that is much more related to data and AI connected to that data. And from a specific point of view, we can say that managing data, organizing data, moving data, and also having all the activities that permit us not only to do this, but also to transform, that permit also to create new ecosystem, new possibility, new opportunity. What does it mean? If you see at this slide, we usually manage to get our data from different sources. Some source could be on the field from, I don't know, sensor, or from some data could be also some observation that we do around on the street, around wherever we go, and that's data. Okay. Does not specifically mean that could be digital data. Obviously, we are relating more on digital data because have the it have the good of the possibility to have been stored, persisted, shared to other. Usually, if you see a good place, a beautiful place, but we don't take a picture of that, probably we personally remember that, but we can share it. And sharing data and information is something that is very a cool topic in the last years, I mean. But getting and having this data doesn't exactly mean that we understand that data. We can grab the raw data, the raw image, the raw, for example, temperature data from, I don't know, a place, or if it's raining or not. All this kind of data have some information, some specific metrics inside of them. But if we can manage to store wherever we want, we can apply logic, algorithm. Essentially, what we usually mean or explain as AI is not a very correct form to explain that, but that give you the meaning of what's happening. The transformation of this data or the management, the mix and match of this data could give you new information, give you some understanding of what's happening in one place in one event or to someone. And with this new data, you can get some new action. For example, you can act just to decide to do something or don't do something, or to move or don't move, or just to add or subtract something. And that's more or less what the importance of the data is, why the data is so important in actual world. And connected to the importance of data in general, that's the importance of how this data can be collected around, and what we collect that data actually and in the near future. If we consider till some years ago, when we usually have on the field a lot of digital devices, digital sensor whatsoever, but we usually don't have a lot of connected devices. We are usually to have devices that are more or less getting specific information. If possible, they send to a remote location that data, but not so often could happen, because in many years ago the connection was not so affordable. It will cost a lot, and also many of the possibility about the edge has changed recently. But what does it mean, the edge? Okay, the edge is synonymous like a border, something that is not so close to the center, to the important headquarter, okay, or something that is at the limit, out of the usual places. Okay, I can define the word in that way. But something that is on the edge in this specific behavior is something that could define a different point of view, because the edge for the digital devices in general is something that could do some operation like the usual cloud or the usual information technology system do, but it do it not in a remote location on our data center, in the cloud, or wherever you have your server, for example, but it do that kind of operation locally, very near to your location, very close to you. And talking about the edge in this sense, it is something that is beginning to have a great importance. Just see in this slide, for example, and see that, for example, here we are collecting a data that is related to images, okay? As you see in the clockwise arrow, I can define to process the data immediately out of the camera, understand what that images or information means with an insight. In that form, I can think is not a cloud, that icon, but is more a brain, because it's something that is working and understanding something on that data. And consequently to that brainstorming, let me say, it takes some action. Okay, the movement items could be something. Okay, why we have this kind of cycle? Because the edge is very very closely resembling in this description, because I can do something that just a couple of years ago, or 5 or 6 years ago, I cannot do locally on my site, on my industry location, or in my city, smart city, or whatsoever, in my location in my city. And why now I can do it? Because dated to today, more or less, we have 20 billion devices, more or less, connected around the world. That, what does it mean? That every second, every minute, all the day, during every day of the year, we have 20 billion actually devices that get information and are connected. The data they are generating are a quantity that is huge. Zeta billions is something that I cannot even imagine. And connected to that, there's a big opportunity of value in the business for the AI. Because obviously, as you can imagine, when there's something that is improving in our technology, is connected to something that give money. It works in that way. Otherwise, if it's not on an improvement in an economic way, probably doesn't happen. But the importance of pushing this on the edge is much more important for many reasons. We will see that during the session, but more or less, the very high important is about to leverage the that information, that insight that usually we have on the cloud, and push that on the edge. Doing that directly on the edge permit to have, first of all, more reactive solution. We can do something that usually we can't only using the cloud. Permit to use those system also when the connection is not guaranteed, and many other situation that we will see also after. But also it will push the information and data forward, because if we can manage to understand what that data mean on the edge, we can only have a more engaging or more reasonable data that we will send, for example, on the cloud. And in this way, we can only send information that are meaningful and not something that could have a meaning and other that not. And we lost a lot of we spent a lot in infrastructure and information transfer in bandwidth whatsoever, and that is not needed. Okay. Looking at the data and infrastructure, the network infrastructure, we have these kind of needs. For example, on the network infrastructure side, we usually need to have in mind that when we want to connect devices to a network or to a distant infrastructure, we need to have an availability of the connection of the network of our infrastructure, because it's not so we cannot be so secure that everywhere we go we could have a connection available. Another consideration is about when we have the connection, that connection could guarantee bandwidth for the data we have to transfer. For example, if we are working with video, with images, we need a huge bandwidth to transfer the data. And wherever we cannot guarantee connection, for example, fixed connection, cable connection, but only wireless connection, the bandwidth is a point that counts highly, because if you consider the normal cellular mobile option that we have, actually, for example, 3G, 4G, and the arriving 5G, that's are changing essentially in that point. What the technology from 3G, 4G, and 5G is mainly changing is about mainly on the bandwidth, for example, on the next topic, that is the latency, because I can transfer my information in less time from point to point. So I spent, for example, 10 milliseconds to go from here to, I don't know, Seattle. That's a huge result, I think. Instead, in the past, we could spend 100 milliseconds, 1 second or more. That's obviously something that in some case could also work for our data and insight, and in other not. For example, something that we are usual to see wherever we have a connection, an online calling with someone else. If you talk with someone that is very distant from you, for example, on the other part of the world, you have to consider that the information of your video and the audio you are transmitting take time to go there, essentially, just to propagate that information there. That time is essentially the latency. That is the information that when we are just chatting with someone else is not got a problem. But in some cases, when we need to have an answer in a specific window of time, could be a problem. And obviously, another good point for the network infrastructure is the cost, because more or less with the actual technology we can grab a network connection wherever we want. I can say it's only a problem of cost. If I could spend something more, I can also grab a better network connection wherever I want. But obviously in some specific scenario that couldn't be applicable. That makes sense. On the that point could also have some other opposite point on the data, because on the data we have to consider the volume of data we are transferring. As I already said before, if we manage to transfer all our video surveillance or video camera that we are getting, that is getting our video on the plant, on the production plant, and we wanted to transfer and record in our data all these information, the video streaming, for example, we have to consider the volume of that data, because usually the video is a very huge kind of data. A second important point is the security, something that is not usually so considered, that is under on the other side is one of the first that we have to consider, because our data, as I said already, are the new value of our business, because we run on the data that are coming from our business, or we can have a new we can have our income that depend directly from the data we are getting. And it's very important to maintain our data secure from the origin to the destination. During the transferring, the movement between the origin and destination, and wherever we store that in local or remote, we have to consider the possibility to have only restricted or secure access to that. Other point is the real time. As I said, for the latency point on the network, the real time needs is another point, because if we are in a production plant where we are collecting data that are coming from a production machine that is robots, whatsoever that is moving inside the plant, and we have to assure that some operation could be done inside a specific period of time. Because, for example, if I have an item, a production item that is going forward between my plant, and at some time I have to, for example, stop it, because I have to wait for a completion of a previous operation on the plant. And if I cannot stop it in time, the production could have some damage. I could broke my specific item or some machine, or I can also have some injury for the operators that are there. So in some cases, the real-time needs, wherever it means, because real-time is a very large point. It's another good point to have in mind, and for this reason, the argument, the topic of this session is very important. And another good point is the possibility to scale and have performance. Usually, when we talk about data, storing, managing, and retrieving data, we have the need usually to have the possibility to store low quantity of data, medium quantity of data, or big quantity of data. This change of scale, it will change also the devices, server, infrastructure that we need to store or manage it. That's probably something very, very easy to understand. And also it imply also the performance that we get to store, retrieve, and manage that data. The possibility to have our data on the edge and manage it on the edge is a great opportunity in the sense of grabbing more performance, in some cases to scale our possibility on our data, but we also have to consider that in edge implementation, the scale up usually solution have some limitation. We have to get in mind very close that. So going forward, what Azure SQL Edge is? The definition is right in there, is an edge optimized IoT database with built-in streaming, storage, and AI. This definition say a lot about what SQL Edge is. I can summarize in this way. More or less, SQL Edge is a deployment of SQL servers, exactly as you have on-prem or in the cloud or wherever you have and using your SQL server actually. But you have the possibility to deploy that not essentially on a server or a cluster of servers, but on, let me define with some circumspection, tiny device on the edge. When I say tiny, you cannot mind of something like, I don't know, an Arduino board, okay? But you could think on dimension of devices like, for example, board for the IoT that could leverage an operating system, Linux or Windows, wherever. For example, the usual example we do every time is a Raspberry Pi. Yes, on Raspberry Pi you could deploy an instance of Azure SQL Edge. Why you could do it? Because on Raspberry Pi we have a lot of distribution of Linux distribution. Raspbian is also a specific distribution of Linux, and you can deploy the Edge runtime that Microsoft is developing just to manage and use SQL Edge there. I will explain that better after. But what the offer of SQL Edge give me, I can still continue to have the choice to use SQL locally on the edge, or still use it on-prem, having a sort of transparent connection to the cloud or to my usual on-prem. I can also have the opportunity to data stream my data inside the the device I have on the edge. I could also have time series analytics that is working on the edge. So I can do that kind of analytics directly on my production plant. That is something huge, I think. I will explain that. I could also run machine learning activities on the edge, and also have natively the movement of my data, that I can say better, the syncing of my data to Azure. And obviously all about performance and security. To be clear, you cannot think to have exactly the same opportunities, services, and throughput and manageability. No, the manageability is more or less the same, but exactly the same performance you have usually, for example, on the cloud. Because on your edge device, you have to consider that you probably have a very tiny CPU, a deployment of an operating system that have some limitation in memory, in disk space, and you have to consider that. The almost infinity of resources that you have usually on the cloud is not applicable here. So, for example, when we talk about working with machine learning built in on the edge, you can manage it, but you cannot have the full pledge of services that you usually have on the cloud, for example, on Azure, AI services, on cognitive services, something like that. You could think about to have some specific service, some specific application that you leverage locally. Let me go forward because probably we are going long with time. As I said, SQL Edge is available for all the platform, either on the CPU, ARM, and Intel, let me say, CPUs, on Linux, on Windows, and very important, on Docker. Why I say that? Because obviously, as you probably imagine, SQL Edge is something that is running very close with the container and container instance, and more or less we are talking about containers. Okay, I already talked about the time series. The AI inside SQL Edge is managed using the Onyx format. Usually how it works, we managed to build our image of recognition of algorithm of AI. We can develop it on the cloud, on the big system we have on the cloud. You can create the inference image in an Onyx format and deploy it on the edge, where you can use directly inside the SQL Edge. Looking at the management, you can manage it exactly as you do with SQL Server, the big one. And you can also have a big response in performance and security competing also to other product directly. Okay, let's see how SQL Edge could be inserted inside an IoT architecture, a usual IoT architecture. Okay, here this box is our edge device. You can consider it like a PC, an industrial PC, an industrial board, wherever you can install a supported operating system. Inside this edge device, I go to install the Azure IoT Edge runtime. That more or less is something very similar to a container registry. Very close, but not exactly the same. It's something that have some more that Microsoft developed. Inside of the runtime, I have the mainly two big blocks: the Edge Hub and the Edge Agent. These two blocks essentially do all the things, because the Edge Hub, as the name says, run everything is connected to the communication that are related to the device. Okay, it permits to publish information that is coming from information that is coming from the field. It permits to have a connection with the local infrastructure that we have on the edge, and also to manage the connection with the remote on-prem or cloud system that we could have. The Edge Agent is the other block that permit to have all that running and managed in a harmonized way. Let's see. We could, from the IoT Edge runtime, connect directly with the device registry and manage, for example, the device properties and all the information, messaging, and also the life cycle of the devices that we connect locally and we transfer essentially, and we offer as a service to the IoT Hub. That is the point of the portal of for entering on Azure for all the IoT systems. Looking at inside of the Edge device, we could deploy, as we said, SQL Edge that could run directly on the Edge device, and inside at SQL Edge, we can run a lot of activities. That is, for example, analyzing the streaming of data directly with aggregation, transformation, windowing, time series, whatsoever. Store that data, getting process to that data, and analyze that just to generate, for example, new insight for new, for example, AI update for our inference images, for example. Okay, the devices that are on the edge publish their data to our edge device. They publish that mean that they not only present to the device and see and say who they are, what they do, which data they can offer, but they can also offer that data and send and stream that data. That data has been ingested in SQL Edge, and after that could be sent on the cloud, but not essentially in real time. Before doing this, we can also offer that data to a third party, for example, portal, to mobile app, to third-party dashboard like, for example, PowerBI or external CRM directly, not passing from other points, just exposing directly from the edge device. Usually that happen in the edge device, in the edge site. For example, inside of my implant, I could access directly to the edge device just to access and see and visualize the data that is coming from the devices before I send that data to the cloud to other operation for recording, managing, whatsoever. Okay, I can do it directly locally on the edge site. Okay, let's see some usual deployment scenario that we have for SQL Edge. Starting from manufacturing, as I said, in the infrastructure, in the production implant, in the healthcare, where we have devices that need to run health measurement in a specific period of time and have to give us the results immediately or almost immediately. That's something that could be really defined as an edge case. In the aerospace, because usually in the air, when a plane is flying, usually the connection is not that huge or not that effective like, for example, on the Earth. In the defense environment, we have a lot of edge application, because usually that could not be connection, that could be something to very, let me say, important to maintain secure, that cannot be shared everywhere, and something other that need to have the get decision in very strictly time. In automotive solution, obviously, like in the aerospace. In the financial, in some cases where we have some activity for management that need to be done on the site before to send it to backends. In the energy, wherever we are in the distribution, for example, in the production of the energy, is something that it could be easily defined as edge cases. In the retail, because you cannot think about the retail only the shop in the mall, but usually you can think about the retail also wherever you have an event, wherever in an arena, wherever in a remote location, wherever an event happen, you can have needs about retail, to selling, managing items, storing, and things like that. And obviously, one of the topic I prefer usually is smart buildings and homes, also connected to the smart cities. Okay, I think I still have not more than 10 minutes, so I will have to speed up a bit. Okay, specifically, these are some of the these scenario I already described, getting more data and describing that. I cannot skip something of this because could be also easy to read that on the slide that I will leave you after the event. For example, these are very important point, for example, for the healthcare industry, because having the possibility to, for example, having monitoring and reporting data immediately, and doing it locally is very important. And if we don't have to relate to remote management, to the remote recording, remote analyzing of our data, obviously that mean also for the possibility to have it local, that could be affordable. We don't need to have a specific connection about the data. Could give tracking, but also alert in real time, and also to manage, for example, remote deployment of medical assistance, because yeah, hospitals are in normal cities location, but in many cases we could need to have medical assistance also in remote location. Okay, let me skip a bit on these that are more or less very closely related to this scenario. About something more relating to the industry. If we could think about, for example, for the industry, for production, for energy, surveillance, and that kind of solution, usually having a solution that could leverage the edge, this kind of solution like the edge, is very, very, very important. I probably already explained that before. One important definition that we have to name it is that when we talk about SQL Edge, and we use SQL Edge, we can use it in three different ways. It could run in a connected way. That means that we have a continuous and affordable connection to the cloud. In this way, we use the edge deployment of SQL, the SQL Edge, just to give the opportunities for real time, for local analysis and whatsoever. But the data could also be transferred and synced to the cloud directly. In a hybrid solution is something that is related with local or closing local data center or infrastructure deployment that permit us to have the connection of our SQL Edge to these local infrastructures. That is not exactly the same to have the connection, for example, to Azure, but permit us to have a much powerful infrastructure, for example, for storing data, for managing some services that cannot be done locally on the edge device. And the third one is the disconnected, completely disconnected deployment. In this case, we can afford only on our forces inside the edge device, and the SQL Edge run completely locally and give us all the functionality it defines just on our device. Just to be clear, usually this scenario could be disconnected all the time, or in some case also disconnected sometime and connect usually twice a day, once a week, or wherever connection become available for some other reason. I have an example for that after. Sorry. Okay, I can shift something for that. Excuse me, but I want to I want to shift this. Okay, I want to just describe what we can do specifically for machine learning with SQL Edge. Technically, what we have, I'm sorry, they are very okay, disturbing. Sorry, I'm very sorry. So what you have on the very left is all the possibility to you have essentially on the Azure AI platform. You can build wherever you want about your image and algorithm for AI using Azure ML, or for example the cognitive toolkit, PyTorch, MATLAB, and other. From there you can generate your image, your recognition, your inference image in an Onyx format, as I said, with or you can use that tools that we have in WinML tools just to convert it. You can create an ML flow using Python and deploy it directly on SQL Edge. It's not something that is as usual. Usually, when you have an inference model, you have to deploy that on a specific hardware that could afford to manage it. In our case, we can deploy one or more flow of our machine learning directly in SQL Edge. And from here, what I can do, I can score sensors that I have on the field using metrics and data that is coming from the field. I score that also to having new information on, or having leveraging solution for my from my data, and using that I can retrain my inference model just to create an updated and more efficient model from the cloud and repush it on the edge. Okay, I think it's a bit long to describe this architecture. I can leave you this in the slide. For example, one of the use cases that I mentioned before about the connection that come back only sometimes, but usually SQL Edge need to remain isolated for a long time is, for example, the ships, the cruising or the ships in the ocean, because on that solution, I have to deploy solution that work very locally, because usually the ship is isolated from the connection or the continuous connection to the cloud. And this one is one of the best I see scenario for applying the SQL Edge deployment. In the industry, there's also other possibility, but I will shift on that. On the power, okay, I don't still have other time. I leave at the end of the slides, I leave you some resources, some links where you can get some more information about the argument. And if there are some questions, I can answer it, or you can contact me at my social connection. You can reach me wherever you want. I could answer you also after the event. For now, I can say again, thank you to all the sponsor, and obviously thank you to you that attend my session. Thank you, and see you next time, and obviously continue to see the SQL Saturday. Bye-bye.
Marco, we thank you too. And we have a few seconds for questions if someone wants to ask something.
Okay.
We will wait.
Absolutely.
Or they're going to contact with you directly.
Absolutely, no problem. I'm here.
Thank you for the contacts again.
Thank you to you to having me.
There are not any questions in the taskbar, so thank you again for your perfect session, and we hope to see you soon again.
Absolutely, thank you, and
bye-bye.
See you next time. Bye-bye,
thank you. Bye.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances to yoga classes to pizza making and fitness challenges to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarscareers.com.
Oh, hi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I will want just to see your screen again,
Okay.
to see your presentation.
Okay, let me share it. Where was it?
Wait a second. Now you can.
Give control or okay. Screen.
Yeah, we see it. So this is our next speaker, Alexander. You can introduce yourself and to begin when you feel confident.
Okay.
Yes, that's the presentation.
Okay, so we can start.
So, enjoy.
Thank you. You too.
For nothing.
Hi. Today's lecture is called End-to-End Business Intelligence Architecture in Azure. I'm going to present you how you can build in Azure entire solution for business. And let me start the presentation. So take a second, look at our sponsors and to thank them for this free event that we can all enjoy and meet. A few words about me. My name is Alexander Vetsev. Here you can see some contacts. I have 20 plus years experience as a software developer. I graduated as a computer science engineer at the Technical University of Sofia, branch Plovdiv. And currently I'm a technical lead at Coder, which is a Bulgarian company with about 30 years on the market, and recently became a part of the stock listed Dutch company IST Group. And yeah, so this is my first lecture, so wish me luck and hope that we'll have fun and learn something interesting today. And okay, so for each professional presentation, they told me that there need to be a numbered list with some bullets. So here it is. This is our plan for today. We'll start with a little introduction with the problem we are trying to solve. Then we'll have a look, an overall view of the architecture that will be suggested by me. And then a quick practice and review of some Azure services we are going to use later in the demo and to implement this architecture, including Azure Key Vault, Logic Apps, and Data Factory and Databricks. We'll have a quick demo trying to make up something, load some data, display it, and of course at the end, if we have time for some questions. So, quick introduction. We'll try to solve the following problem. We want to build ETL platform, which ETL stands for extract, transform, load, which should be high performance, scalable, and robust. Of course, we need to pay attention always to security and make it easy to maintain later. So our task will be to import and combine the data from different sources in different formats, and then do some modifications with the data, apply some business logic, so that at the end we can present some valuable information to our users and very important thing too is to help the company make some business decisions and plans. So the solution will be entirely in Azure, and we'll be using key vault and apply access policies and access roles in order to enforce the security in the system, which is always very important. And we'll use Data Factory and Databricks as our main heroes to do all the complex logic and calculations, transformations, and to organize the process and the workflows. And we'll store the data in SQL Server, and at the end, we'll be able to present it using PowerBI. So let's have a look at the diagram of the proposed architecture. So as you can see, from left to right, we'll begin with some data, which is various and coming from different sources. We'll do some modifications on its path, and by the end, we'll have transform it into valuable information that we can use. So the data goes into different stages in this workflow. So the first thing is to collect the data. We can have different data sources, most commonly REST APIs, like, for example, we can read data from some external applications which provide an API. Here I listed Bamboo HR, which is a system for HR. We can get some data or pull some data from intervals and Jira, which are ticketing systems and our registrations. Also Dynamics, Salesforce, you name it, and other sources like even Excel files, or about 100 types of different sources. And then we can use some additional tools like Azure Functions, which can be your code, which you already have, or some business logic, or create a new .NET project. The Azure Functions can be time triggered, or can be triggered by request, so you can build there are some like proxy connectors to, or on a timely basis to pull some data, because in this architecture, to get the data, you can either push it from this, push it into the system using these Azure Functions and logic apps, or you can pull it from the data sources on demand. And the logic apps are a different additional thing you can use in Azure. And in the logic apps, you can trigger some logic by sending emails to a specific address, or also to trigger it by opening an URL. And then the data can be stored in an intermediate store, which is usually Azure Blob Storage. But this is not a mandatory step. And then using Data Factory, this data also can be read directly into and feed into our system, and then going to the next stage, which this data is then saved into our data hub, which usually is Azure Data Lake Storage. We use it to store our historical data there, while the Azure Blob Storage is usually used for a temporary storage. For example, there can be set a retention period for 1 week, and then the data is purged, while in the data lake storage, we have all the data, and usually we store it there, for example, in Parquet files, which are compressed and optimized as a storage and faster to read instead of storing the original JSON or other files. And then when we have the data imported, we can start doing some operations over it, apply some business logic. This can be done in using Azure Databricks. And in Databricks, you can use Python, Scala, and when you use Python, there are valuable libraries like Python Pandas or PySpark, which is on top of Apache Spark, to do whatever calculations and transformations you need, and then to transfer the ready aggregated data into the SQL data store, data storage. And the idea is to do as much as possible in Databricks and Data Factory, and to have in SQL the ready data that can then easily be displayed in Power BI, to avoid putting much calculations in Power BI, because it's slow, it will be executed each time, and but then the last step is to publish the data which we have in the SQL server and display it to the end users using Power BI, SharePoint, or some other visualization tool. And the good thing about this architecture is that the steps are separated, so the developers can start implementing all the steps almost right away, because at each step, for example, when someone starts to download the data, there can be some mock files in the intermediate store to be used by the next developer, who can then work on the data factory logic to transform the data and copy it into the Azure Data Lake Storage. Another team can work on the business logic in Databricks, and also we can start with some mock data in the SQL server to be used by the team who is doing the Power BI part. So this is generally the idea. And now I want to show you a quick overview of the services we have in Azure and that we can use. So I created a new resource group called SQLSaturday, so I put everything there, so it's better organized, and I pre-created several resources for the demo, just to not to wait for them. As in the previous picture, let's start first with a resource and service called Key Vault. The idea of the Key Vault is to keep all the secrets, tokens, and other sensitive credentials that are needed in the system. For example, here I added the password for SQL Server for this demo, so I'm later going to use it. And here you can start creating your own secrets. You put a name. So for example, this will be some API token. Here you put the value and create it. It's saved. You can later also set some expiration date or disable it, this version. And if you have rights, then only you can show the current secret value. I'll save the changes. Now it's disabled. So I can go and add another version because it has changed over the time. I'm putting some random stuff there. So now it has a new version and the key vault, yeah, the token, which is the current version. It's enabled. The key vault is a very good practice to use, and because it can be accessed later by Data Factory, by Databricks, and all other components of the system, and only the person who have access to it can change it and see it. Everything is controlled with access control policies, with roles that different persons can be set as owners, contributors, and then in the access policies, you can control per person what exact actions can be made. For example, for myself, currently I have permissions to get, to list them, to delete, but we can add that someone can only list or get some permissions. So this is the key vault, which is a serious part of the system. So next, we can use logic apps, which I mentioned. In the logic apps, there are two main things that are used. One is to trigger something when an email comes. Also, it can be triggered when a specific HTTP URL is hit or a new file is uploaded into some storage, and it's easy to use. It's all visual with blocks, so you can start with this condition when a new email arrives. Currently, it's connected to my mailbox. So here you can also say, for example, I want it to do something if the subject contains, for example, import. And then when this email arrives, I can choose what to do. I can assign some variables. I can start a data factory pipeline. Also, it can also be used to, for example, to refresh a PowerBI dashboard even. And here we can say, for example, see the Outlook. Here you see many things, for example, getting attachments, calendars. These are the actions, and but you can add if statements, which are in the build. So, for example, here we have control condition, and we can check, for example, if the attachment is for each attachment. The attachment we can, for example, check its type, if it's XML or JSON, do something, and then some other conditions. And if it's false, for example, we can run a pipeline in Azure Data Factory. So here we can create a pipeline run. Then I can sign in and choose which pipeline to run. Or, for example, if it's true, we can use the inbuilt Outlook controls to move the email to some folder. Also, for example, in PowerBI, we can run a refresh of a data set. Here we need to choose the workspace and the data set. And here visually we create some trigger that will happen if an email with this subject is received in the system. So this is about the logic apps. And the next step, which is okay, I won't save this, is one of the main heroes, which is the data factory. And the idea of data factory is you can read data from more than 70 different data sources to create pipelines, which are the process in the system, to orchestrate them, and to call other parts like execute Databricks logic and stuff. So here we'll start with so-called linked services. These are connected to other systems. For example, here I created a linked service to SQL Server, to the Key Vault, so that we can use some secrets we already saved, to Databricks to be able to execute notebooks, to the data lake storage, and so on, that we will later use. And then the main parts of the data factory are the data sets, which you can define over the existing connections, and also the pipelines, which are the process. And the pipelines, let me create a new one, allow you to define your workflows. So here I can test pipeline and implement the logic you want. Here you have different activities you can use in the pipelines. There is a copy data, which is very commonly used. You provide a source data set and a sink data set, which is the destination data set, and it will transfer the data from one source, which can be a blob storage, to the other, which can be, for example, the data lake storage. And it can also it has a mapping that you can change, and you can, for example, read a JSON file and then save it as a Parquet file. And there are many things here. You can call some Azure function. You can call a notebook for Databricks. Of course, you have many additional things that you can use, like to look up a value. For example, you can connect to SQL Server database view, or link to a REST service to get a token. So here you can make a call to external URL, provide the username and password, and it will return you the token, and then use this token in the other processes. You have some control stuff like if statements, let me see, there are many of these. So interaction, you can add a for each, which inside here you can say how many can be of this process can be executed in parallel. And here are the items that you can, for example, say I want a range. Here it has useful, it can suggest some system variables or additional functions for dates, logics, collection, conversions that are pre-built in its own language. So for example, you can say range from starting from 0 and give me 5 elements. So here inside it, you can say what activity to do. And here, for example, you can put some web activity to read data from web, and it will be executed several times. And also there is another block for until, which is already added one, which is useful when you have, for example, paginating data. So here you can add an activity to read data until all the pages are read. If you have a flag inside it to show if it's the last page or if there's a link to the next page, you can iterate and execute stuff. So when you have this, let me just maximize it. The idea is to make them, to connect them in a pipeline. So let me hide this. Using drag and drop, you can say after this first action is completed, when the value is looked up, then do copy the data. I can say then when you copy the data, then execute this in a loop. And after everything is done, then call the Databricks. I can also, for example, in for each, if I expect an error to occur, I can also have an output for the error and I can say if an error occurs in this action, then proceed with this one. And it can always arrange it for you. So this way you can create separate pipelines. You can also from one pipeline call another, and also for example here it is execute pipeline, and you can select I have a sample pipeline, and if I run this, it will start automatically with all the parts that have nothing connected to them. So it will start with looking up the value and simultaneously executing the first pipeline. They'll be done in parallel, and till at the end, for example, I can make it like this. So for each will be executed just after the copy data has finished successfully and this pipeline has finished successfully. And this way you can organize the things you need to happen. And then you have again triggers. I can create a new trigger for this. So let's create a new one. You name it, for example, some way, and you can schedule it, for example, every 15 minutes or every day. Let it run at 4:30. in the morning, and also 15:30. You save it, and it will automatically run each day from now on at these 2 times, or you can even do it monthly. Say execute it at the last day of each month and create these triggers. So these are timely triggers, but you can also use the one that I already showed you, the logic apps, so that you can start a pipeline when a specific email comes in, or a specific URL is hit, or some other condition. I won't save it. Okay, so this is about the data factory. Later we'll see it in action during the demo. Then let's see what else. I also created data lake storage, which is this one, SQLSaturday. This is a storage that you can store whatever files, JSON, Parquet files, and other XML text, whatever you want in folders, and you can access it from the different parts of the system. And you have a data explorer. Currently, there is a simple folder called SQLSaturday folder, but it's still empty. We're going to fill it later with some files. And all as usual, every service in Azure have its access control, so you can precisely control who can use it, who can view the files, either specific users or service principals, or by access role. You can define it, and you can also, for example, use Azure resources tool to access and view this data again. So this is another part. And of course, I created a SQL Server instance again in Azure, which is currently empty, and opened an empty PowerBI file so that we can later start filling in. And let me go to the portal again and see our resource group to see if we went over all the things. So this is the SQL Server, the data lake storage, the logic apps key vault, the data factory, and Databricks. So I think we quickly went over them. All right. So let's go to our presentation. And now it's some time for the demo. You can go back there and see. We'll start with Databricks. And also, I have this found a website called JSON Placeholder, a free one that offers some sample data in JSON format. So here I'll be interested in the users and, for example, the to-dos. Here you can see they return a list of users. There is only a get call without authentication and stuff, but just to get some sample data. And here is some to-do tasks for these users. So I'm going to consume this in the Databricks, in not Databricks, but Data Factory first. So let me open our Data Factory and start creating our task. You can either create first the data sets, or now I'll create the pipeline, and on the run I'm going to create all the related stuff. Let's call it here. Let's call it demo. Okay, here I'll need a copy activity, and I'll name it copy users because I will start with the users. And as a source, I'll need to create a new one, which is going to read from HTTP and read JSON. So I'll need a connector. So let me create a new one. I'll create it REST API, and we'll use this base address. Oops, not this. So here it's the base URL, and it doesn't have authentication. I can test the connection, and here I'll have a linked service to the REST API, and then over it I have this data set which will be, for example, read users. I'll use the linked service user, and relative URL I'll use users. I won't have to import a schema. So let's see if this data set, you see that I can preview the data and it's already connected and can read data from our data source, which is cool. And then I need to tell the action where to put the target data. So I will again create a new data set, which I'm going to use the data lake storage I created and set it in Parquet file because it's compressed and better to use. I have already created a connector, and here I can say which is the directory and how to name the files. I already created SQLSaturday folder, and the file, let it be users Parquet, and import schema. Yeah, it cannot, it's because return an error. So I won't import it, the schema at this point, because we haven't got any input file so far. Okay, and here is, I can tell it to import the schema. So for me, it created a schema for all the fields. And I can even now try to debug it and to see if we'll copy the data for me. So it's now executing this copy data, and I can see the project. Okay, it failed, which is expected in my case because there are several Here I can see what is the error, because there are duplicate column names. If you saw here the users, there is an ID and name, and the company also have a name. And because this flattens the file, the name was was duplicate. So here in the mapping, this name, let's call it company name. Okay, and now it should run, and I'll in the meantime create one more. Again, HTTP to read JSON files. I already have the list service of REST API, but this time I'll read to-dos. And we can see that the first thing succeeded. So here I'll name it copy to-dos, and we'll tell it to save the results to, I need to create a new one, Azure Data Lake Storage. Again, Parquet files, linked services, the Data Lake Storage. The directory should be SQLSaturday folder, and the file to-dos Parquet. And I won't import the schema. Okay, so I can save it, and then I'll here link it to the Databricks notebook, which is a placeholder still, but I want, when the data is copied, to call this notebook. I need to select the Databricks, and I can browse and select SQL Saturday demo. So it will call it, and I'll run it, although the notebook is empty. But let's see if we'll read about users and to-dos data, and then they are successful, and then it's now calling the notebook, which you see that it's almost empty, just with the placeholder definitions, and it will execute it so that I can later trigger it and so on. And so now let's go to Databricks and import this data, which is already, I can see that it's in the data lake storage that I created earlier. So the data explorer. Here are the two Parquet files which are already downloaded. So I'll go to Databricks, open this placeholder. So here is Databricks. I've created a cluster. You can specify multiple clusters, which can be dynamically scaled up with many nodes so that it can process large parts of the data. So here is my placeholder, which I just generated some imports, and here is my SQL server connection. It's usually stored in a separate file, but now it's I put it here so that it's seen, and here I just make up a connection string to be in order to connect to the SQL server. And here you can see that the password is read from the key vault. I cannot print it, but because I've granted access to Databricks to read from key vault, and it takes the password from there, so it's secure. And this is used. So here, let's try to load the users. It's like Spark, read, and Parquet. With this command, I can read the Parquet files. It's in a mounted storage. Then we have SQLSaturday folder, and then we call that users Parquet, and we can display if we properly read the data and to see how it looks. If it's read in a Spark data frame, which is like a table with columns and stuff. So here we should see in a second if we have it okay. And then after that, I'll also read the tasks. It takes some seconds for the cluster to spin up. So here you see the data from the users, from the Parquet file that it successfully imported into the data lake storage. Here's the company name, the renamed column, and this is the list of our users. I also want to check if to-dos, the tasks are imported. Yes, they are, and they have also user ID, so I can try to join them for the demo. So I can, like this, show you how you can do some transformation using Spark. So I can do users and join them with to-dos. I want the user's user ID to be equal to to-dos user ID. So here you can see that it's similar to SQL. So it's not user ID. It's user there. It's called only ID. That's why. Okay. And it's similar to link. You can filter, aggregate. The user ID is with small u. Hopefully now. Okay, so now you can see it's a new data frame that is a combination of and joined the two other data frames. So here I can do select. I want to get only the username, and so from users, let's get the user ID. With alias, I can rename it, and I want to now call it user ID. And I also want to select the name. I can refer to it with call, the column, and I can also rename it. I want it to be username. So let's see. Currently we have the user IDs and usernames, but we have it in many places because we joined with their tasks. So let's do some quick aggregation. And for example, we can do a group by user ID and username, so that we can then aggregate and take the count. But let's name it total tasks, for example. And let's see. Here you can see each user and the total number of tasks. And why not? We can go further and let's calculate the completed tasks and the total tasks. For this, we can do a trick and use a when statement. So we'll check if the column completed equals true, then we'll count it, and otherwise, which is else, let's take literal 0 and not count it, and we'll call this field, for example, is completed, so that we know it's complete or not. And here, let's add to the aggregation also sum on this field is completed, which will sum all the ones in that column, and we can call it completed tasks. Okay, let's see. With syntax, it shows me where the error is. So I haven't put here a separator. So here we have for each user number of completed tasks and total tasks. Unfortunately, all the users have total tasks 20, but this is because they are in this site there are 20 and they are distributed evenly. So what we can do is, for example, let's do a filter here on the to-do tasks, and we can say, for example, column title starts with Q, and we want to exclude everything what starts with Q for some reason, just to have it to play with it. For example, to exclude quitting and some other quality tasks. So with this symbol, I do the filter to exclude the ones that start with Q. So now we should start seeing different numbers. So this filtering is probably hard. Okay. So here you can see that now we have number of completed tasks per users and total tasks. You can always use pandas here to transform to pandas data frames. For example, it's easy. You just say users to pandas, and it will create. Let's see what it is. Create a pandas data frame, which is similar to the Spark data frame, but it has an index. And you can do some transformations, and later if you want, return it to Spark. Okay, and now let's write the data to SQL. So we have our data demo data frame. We need to go to write using JDBC connection. We need to do the URL, which is this thing we have in the connection string. We want to save it in a table demo, and we also need to provide the other properties of the connection strings, which are these ones. So let's try. And JDBC position. Yeah, here I need to say that it's the title, and I also need to specify the mode when writing this table. I need to overwrite it each time. So no title but table. Just see that there are several more minutes, so I started to be in a hurry. Okay, so if we go here and refresh the tables, we'll see our new table here. And we'll see that Spark created it for us with the same schema. It automatically inferred the types. So you see that it put the columns to strings, to integers, and whatever it managed to do here. And our last step will be to import the data in PowerBI to visualize it. So here the server is SQLSaturday SQL server, which is in database Windows.net. This is its address. So here it is, and here is our table. So we will import it in PowerBI, and hopefully we can use it for some beautiful reports, charts, and stuff. So you can see how we started and read the data from the raw data source, copied it into our storage, then transformed it, aggregated it, and now we have it, and we can create a dashboard and a report and present it to the end users. So here I want to show the username, the completed tasks, and the total tasks, and visualize this in a table. So you can see that it's loaded into the table, and we can do some charts and stuff. It's up to the needs. Yeah. Okay, I think we are on time. So if you have some questions, you can put it in the chat or contact me after this if you are still awake.
So thank you for the presentation. We have one question in the bar from Andrei Nikov. Can you estimate the typical overall price for a small, medium-sized solution like this? What are the most cost-effective parts of it?
Okay, I think it's not cheap, of course, to use all these Azure resources, but for a small project with several pipelines that run on a daily basis, and you read from from several data sources and prepare some reports, it can cost, for example, like 100 to 200 euros or dollars. Of course, you need to take care of, for example, one of the parts is Databricks, which consumes much resources and it costs more. So it's a good practice to establish the cluster to automatically stop after like 10 or 20 minutes of inactivity to save some costs, and also to apply some retention strategy to remove all data if it's not needed on the blob storages, or it depends how much historic data you need to store in data lake. But for some small businesses, it's about that.
Okay, so thank you for the answer. I think we don't have any more questions, so we are glad that you joined us, and we hope to see you soon again.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you again.
Hopefully it was interesting and you learned some cool stuff. So
we hope for the
thanks
same.
again to our sponsors, and see you next time.
Yes, we will. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. See you.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarcareers.com.
So at least, but not at last, we are going to give you the word to our next presenter, Andre. Hi, Andy.
Hello, hi. How are things?
Hi. Good as well.
All good?
Could you please?
Yes, sharing.
Now I see your screen.
Okay, so the session is starting in 1 minute. Welcome
yes,
everyone.
When you're ready, you can bring go.
How are things over there? How are you in Plovdiv or in Sofia?
We are in different parts of Bulgaria, but we are making it the Plovdiv event, so everything's fine.
Okay.
So I
No
give
problem.
you the word and you can start.
1 second, please. Just one
Yes.
small, tiny seconds.
Take your time.
Okay. Just shift F5. Oh, this thing doesn't want to stick around for some reason. Wait a minute. Pin to the thing. Okay, so should be okay now. Okay, and yeah, here we go. Okay, so you can see my ugly face. Okay, so hopefully this is all right. Hopefully this is working. Can you see my face and my screen and all of that and sound? All okay for me to start? Is that okay to start, by the way?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you very much. So welcome again, everyone. This is going to be my second session of today for SQL Saturday in Plovdiv. It's actually going to be the third session for today. Very early in the morning, I did another session for a different conference. When we are remotely, this happens a lot, whether we want to or not. So it's been a very long day, but the good news is that this session is at least session number 26 that I've been presenting in Bulgaria. So I've presented at least 26 different sessions and workshops and things like that in Bulgaria. Really happy to do that. Probably more, I'm not sure, but at least I counted. This one would be 26. And this is going to be the second session of the day. I did row level security just before, so hopefully this will turn out okay. And if you are joining us, we will start now. This is my cat, so please expect that my cat will actually show up at some point in time, because every time I do an Azure demo, she wants to be a part of it, so this will happen. And of course, this I've done some previous sessions here in Bulgaria. A few of them I've done, so AI who tagged me, hacking SQL Server, etc. And this one I'll do just now. This one, for instance, is more of fun than anything else, but still a very good poster. Anyway, so welcome everyone to the session on machine learning using Azure, but also in the Microsoft world. So I'll give you a list of all of the possibilities how to do machine learning. And even before that, I will show you all of the things that you need to know to do machine learning. You don't have to be a data scientist to do the machine learning. We can do this the easy way with Microsoft Wizards. Microsoft is very famous for all of the wizards that usually has. So we'll try it like that. And as I mentioned, really sad that I'm not there in person. That would have been amazing with all of the food and things like that. But I completely understand that this year is going to be a very strange year compared to the remaining years. So this is what we have. Hopefully next year things will be better. Okay, so first of all, this is me. So feel free to contact me at any time if you go to LinkedIn or anything like that. My name is André Melancia. And during the pandemic, as I mentioned, I have this photo. Sometimes I show it. During the pandemic, we actually get a haircut, and this is the COVID haircut. So I actually cut my hair quite a few times. I've done this before. So 20 years ago, I've actually done this myself alone. So this is doing this again, not going to the shop to get the haircut, but it's still very interesting. Anyway, if you have any questions during the session, feel free to ask in the chats. I'm always available to answer any questions, and in the chat, I will look at the chat on a regular basis and try to answer those questions for you, okay? This is going to be the last session of today before closing. So let's make this interesting, and let's see if you find something interesting here. By the way, we are going to talk about Azure. Azure can be done for free, by the way. I'll show you how to do that. So if you don't have an Azure account, I will definitely solve that problem for you. But before we do that, let me just mention one quick thing, which is, I've actually shown this before in the previous sessions, and this happened in the last 2 or 3 weeks, and this is very strange. I think we are not alone, okay? So that means that there's monoliths showing up everywhere, okay? And we don't know what these are. Some of them are in Australia, Romania, the United States. They immediately use a capitalist monolith. That means that McDonald's actually took over the monoliths to use it for something useful. And of course, in places like Portugal, we have a different kind of monoliths so that we can have a shower after going to the ocean. So this is always very interesting. Funny situation, at the end of 2020, all of this can have gone wrong. They've even said that aliens were a thing. The Pentagon admitted aliens were a thing, which is weird. And now we have monoliths. We have no idea what this means. So it's going to be a crazy year, and next year is going to be worse. So let's wait to see what happens. Anyway, before we continue, we really want to thank everyone that sponsored the events. In this case, I don't think we have any foods. At least I get my own food here at home. I am in my kitchen, by the way, fridge just next to me, so I can just reach out with my hand and continue the session and get some actual food at the same time. So this is the most practical that I have for any kind of session. Next time I'll expect an in-person session with a fridge next to me when I'm presenting. Anyway, thank you for all of the sponsors for their help. This is very important. And of course, let's have a look at the session. And the session for today is going to be about machine learning. And that means that we need to understand how machine learning works. I will give you a quick introduction to machine learning to explain what's the typical process of this. You don't have to be a data scientist to understand this. This is very simple. And there are some easy ways to do this, so you can choose from the list that I'll give you just in a session. Okay, so let's try this. So this is a typical machine learning workflow. This is used for training some models, and the example here is very simple. So first of all, let's assume an example. Let's say you get some data. This one is slightly different, but let's do something slightly different than this one. Let's assume that you are getting some data from let's say a classification example of 2 classes. Let's say you ask for a bank loan, okay, and you ask for your income, your job, number of kids, married, etc. So a lot of information, age, you know, all of those things in a normal table. This we'll try to see some of this with images as well, but let's assume a normal table. So if you have this as a normal table, in the end you have an option that says bank loan. Did the person on the list pay for the bank loan, yes or no? And in that case, you can just feed that to the training. That's called supervised training. That means that you have the answer already. There's also image training, which is unsupervised training, and a few others as well, in which you have no idea what to expect before you actually do the training. But in this case, if it is a bank loan, you need to know what to expect, which is, did the previous person pay for the bank loan or not? And then you do all of the training, and then in the end you verify if the training for if the model applied to a specific person, a new person that asks for a bank loan, if that person actually has the possibility of getting the bank loan without not paying for it. So to make sure that they pay for it, right? It's always a probability, it's never a guarantee, but at the very least you can try to get the best results. So first of all, you always start with a certain amount of information. You do some ETL processes to it, so you transform the information, some cleanup, normalization, anything like that, so that you fix anything that's missing in your data. This is basically all the first boxes here that you see here are basically ETL process. Okay, and then you have something which is the split data, the second one down here, and this split data actually transforms your data into two parts, two data sets. One data set for training, and this is around 70%, 80%. It will depend, but basically that's a typical value. And then on the right, you have the values for testing, to validate if the results actually came out okay or not. Okay, so here on the left you have the tune model hyperparameters. In this case, you are actually trying with different multiple algorithms and multiple hyperparameters at the same time. But let's assume that this is just a single box, just one, for instance, and in that case you just have the tune, the train model box. And then you have an algorithm that comes in, so you have to define what kind of algorithm you're going to use, and for that we have a list here. So we have algorithms for regression, and these are when you try to calculate a continuous number. So let's say it's a temperature, you get 14.5 degrees. The half, you can usually round it up to an integer number, but when you are predicting, you get a numerical value. That can be half, it can be a very specific value, and then you can round it up for presentation. This is regression, so you try to find a number. You also have classification that can be two classes or multi-class. If it's a two-class classification, like the example for the bank loan, you have the result of a yes or no, you have an A or B, you have a true or false, whatever you want, so it's basically always two classes. But with those two classes, what you get is that there are special algorithms just for the two classes, and then there are other algorithms if you have more than two classes, because these can be optimized for two or optimized for more. If you have more classes, let's say you are trying to detect which country the person is from, or a specific job that person has, this is what you are trying to find based on the information. So you can have the possibility of having multi-class, let's say A, B, C, and D, multiple possibilities. So let's say Portugal, Bulgaria, other countries as well. So you have a list of multiple classes that you try to find. You also have clustering. So clustering is basically, let's say, mixing 2 dimensions, 3 dimensions, 4 dimensions of data, which are basically fields for all purposes. And you want to mix the combinations of people. So let's assume that you are in a supermarket and you typically buy some drinks. And when you buy the drinks, you also buy some chips or some cookies or something like that. So if that happens, someone who has a similarity to you in terms of what they buy might also buy the cookies. So if they buy the same drink, they also might want to buy the same cookie. So you can provide suggestions for them. So you have things like when you have the wine rooms in a normal environment in a supermarket, typically you have a corkscrew, you might have a few other things as well. If you have the beer department, you might also have some peanuts or something like that that goes along with it. So it's a typical scenario to have this kind of things. Okay, so but anyway, this is a normal scenario for clustering, and then you basically group by people by the same characteristics. You also have a few other things like anomaly detection, etc. But in any case, no matter what kind of things that you want to detect, you might also want to detect this using specific things like deep learning and neural networks. In some cases, you use very simple algorithms. So for instance, if you have linear regression, the algorithm is just a line. So the formula is very easy. It's A plus BX, where X is going to be your initial value and A plus BX is going to be the Y value, the result value. And then all you have to do is to calculate A and X. So A is the value from 0 all the way up to the top where the line starts. And then B is going to be the inclination of the line. So that's a very easy algorithm. Linear regression can be as simple as that. But all of the others are much more complicated. So, you know, the math is not easy, but all of this is already done for you. You don't have to worry. Okay, so when you are using machine learning, you can use any kind of algorithm. You also have some hyperparameters, which means that you can automatically try different combinations. Let's say you have a decision tree. You can have X number of decision trees, 100, 200, etc. So you try first a training with 100, then you try a different training with 200, etc. And you can have many other parameters. And the tune model hyperparameters box here is the one that handles all of these combinations. So instead of running one training, you are running a lot of different trainings for all of these combinations. Then you move on to the scoring and testing. So the result that comes out of training or tuning model hyperparameters box here is going to be the model itself. Typically, this is a file, okay, and you go to the score model and get the results for the scoring of that file. And to do that, you get the remaining information you had, like the 20% that you had before, and you use that for the actual training, for the actual scoring or prediction, if you prefer. Once you do that, you use the evaluate box to compare the values and to see some graphs, etc. So you can use that to do any kind of statistics about the training you just had. In this example here is graphical, and there is an option to use this as graphical in the Azure Machine Learning workspace. But there's also other options in which you can do this in code using Python, R, etc. Anyway, you evaluate. If this is all okay, you create a web service based on this. So you deploy this to a container, to a virtual machine, to wherever you want. And then, of course, at a regular interval, you can do a retraining. That means that after 6 months, your data is wrong, especially in this year. For bank loans, of course, the data might be completely wrong. So you do a retraining and try this again with new data that can fix some precision problems. A typical precision for something like this for the bank loan would be around 90%. This would be a good percentage, but of course you can spend more time doing better training with more data, etc., to get to 95%, 96, 97%. But then this becomes exponential. The more percentage that you add to get the better training, the longer it takes in terms of exponential time. Okay, so it's difficult. Okay, let's have a look at how we can do this with Microsoft Worlds. Okay, some of these are Azure, some of these are not, but I'll add them all to the list just for you to know that these actually exist. Okay, and we'll have a look specifically at first. We'll have a look at Azure Machine Learning Service. This is called Azure Machine Learning Service, or just simply Azure Machine Learning. It used to be called Service. It used to be called Workspace. There used to be a different one, which used to be called Classic, but this is outdated. This is obsolete, so don't use that one. Anyway, there's an SDK that uses Python, which is very easy to use program. You can use Python to deploy a cluster, to train things, and then you are in a specific computer, and then you tell that cluster, oh, run this training that I defined here in the notebook, run on that computer, and on that computer, and on that computer. And when you do that, just come back to me and we'll talk. Okay, so you can orchestrate all of this in a very easy way. And as I mentioned, the Python is fully available, but you also have R, but this is still incomplete. So it has the R functionality to run things, but not so much in the terms of the SDK. Okay, it's slightly incomplete. Anyway, you also have Azure Databricks. We'll try to also see some of this. And Databricks supports SQL, Python, R, Scala, etc. But this is run, inside of this, the clusters that get created are Spark clusters, okay? So they run the Spark engine for SQL, for Python, etc. And then you can mix all of this together if you really want to. But you are running a layer of Spark between the actual machine learning and the content. With Databricks and the following ones that we'll see, all of this has to be done in codes, but the first one is your machine learning service can actually be done in a graphical way, like we saw in the previous slide. So that's something that I really want to show you. Anyway, you also have HD Insight using either Spark or the R server. So either one is okay, you can try it. Although nowadays, if you have to use HD Insight, I would probably recommend either using Databricks. If you really want to use Spark, for instance, I'll probably recommend either Databricks, or I would recommend Synapse Analytics, or even Machine Learning Service, either one of these three, but not HD Insight. It's a bit old, and the problem with HD Insight is that you only deploy one cluster at a time, so it's not very flexible. You can still use it, no problem. If you feel that this is enough for you, it's perfectly okay, but any of the other ones will give you more flexibility into creating clusters, destroying clusters, etc., and even save you some money. Anyway, but it's on the list just for completeness anyway. You can also run HD inside Hadoop, but Hadoop isn't very interesting for machine learning. Anyway, you also have Synapse Analytics itself that I mentioned. This was announced a year ago, and this is built on top of the SQL data warehouse, but it doesn't really need to use that data warehouse. It can use data lakes, or basically storage accounts with files, or get information from a normal SQL database, or even from Cosmos DB. And you can do machine learning, you can do ETL all inside of Synapse Analytics. And this was made public about a week ago. So the last time I presented this session, this was last month, something like that. I didn't present Synapse Analytics because it wasn't public, but today I will try to reserve some time to show you Synapse Analytics because it's just new. Okay, well, at least the public usage is completely new, so we'll try it since last week. And then, of course, you have SQL Server 2016, which has your R services. 2017 has the R and Python services, so you can use them directly there without having to copy the data into an actual server. So you can consume the tables directly, which is very good. SQL Server 2016, 17, and 19, of course, they have SQL, so you can run some kind of SQL code, although that doesn't really include machine learning, but you can also run .NET, CLR.NETs, and with .NET, you can run ML.NETs, and you can run machine learning technically inside of SQL Server 2016, 17, 19, but also notice that SQL Server 2019 has some big data clusters, which include Spark as well. Okay, so that means you have everything that's in Spark up here, SQL, Python, R, Scala, etc. You can include that in SQL Server 2019 in that theory. Anyway, any platform that allows you to use .NET Core, Linux, etc. can also be used for running any kind of ML.NET, and ML.NET can also integrate with the Azure Machine Learning Service that you see here on top and do a lot of different interesting things. ML.NET can also integrate with the custom vision in cognitive services, so also very interesting. But you also have, so the first 8 that you see here are machine learning, pure machine learning things that you have to do, either in code or in a graphical interface. And then you have, by the way, the ML.NET actually has some nice wizards that you can run a lot of things automatically. So you can use C#, F#, and they have wizards for that. You can also run them in Visual Basic, but there's no wizard for that. You just have to copy the code from the C# example and just remove the semicolons, but it still works. I've tried this. The last time I did this session, I think it was for SQL Saturday in Sofia, and at the time I've actually added the Visual Basic .NET. Anyway, you also have something called cognitive services, which allow you to do face recognition, computer vision, which is all about images, text recognition, license plates, etc. You also have language recognition so that you can use it with bots, so the language understanding service. You have many more, so this is not the session to talk about this, but the cognitive services have a big advantage compared to all of the other ones, which is they are already ready for you to use. You call on a web service, the web you provide, let's say, an image of a face, and it returns immediately with the image of the face. There is no training going on. You don't have to worry about doing anything up to the number 8 that you saw here. You don't have to worry. It just works because Microsoft did all of this for you. Okay, you just have to pay for the usage. So if you consume like 1,000 images, you pay around 1 or 2 euros, depends on the type of service, but it's very cheap. Anyway, so you can use cognitive services, you can use bots, etc. All of these are managed web services, so you call on them and get the information. For all of the previous ones, you can also deploy web services if you want to, but just for the prediction part, you have to do the training yourself as well. Anyway, for all of these, there's more, even outside the Microsoft world, of course, but then they have their own notebooks like Jupyter notebooks, Zeppelin notebooks, Databricks notebooks as well, and you can open this up in the respective interfaces that they provide. Even things like, of course, Synapse Analytics, Databricks, Azure Machine Learning Service, they provide notebooks. Actually, a lot of different options to do that, but they also allow you to have notebooks remotely, so you can do things like source control, etc. It's very practical if you prefer to use it on your computer. You can use Azure Data Studio. There used to be something called Azure Notebooks, but this is deprecated now, so it doesn't exist anymore. But you can use Azure Data Studio, you can use Jupyter Lab, you can use RStudio, depending, of course, on the language, Visual Studio Code, etc. So all of these are very flexible. Having said that, let's mention one important thing, which is for all of these services, the language doesn't really matter. What matters is the libraries that you have for machine learning. So R is a very ugly language. Python is a very ugly language. .NET languages are usually very nice, but it doesn't really matter what they are. It matters that the libraries themselves are the magic for the machine learning. With a good library, you do one line of code and it does the training, another line of code does the prediction, and you're done. It's very easy, okay? But you have to have good libraries. The language itself is irrelevant, okay? So let's try to have a look at these examples and actually do some demos. Okay, moment of pause to get something to drink. I might get my cat to show up because I'm talking about Azure at this moment. Okay, so let's try some demos at this moment. And first of all, we'll get started with. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, too much. Okay, so I will actually start with the Azure portal, but before that, if you don't have an Azure account, that's very easy. You go to azure.com, and then in azure.com you ask for the free account. So somewhere here you say start for free, and you have some free stuff: Azure Machine Learning, Cosmos DB, SQL database, etc. All of these allow you for free tiers, and you can take advantage of that. Have 170 credits for the first month, and then for the 12 months you have a lot of free services going around, including things such as cognitive services, etc. So you can take advantage of this, see all of the products, and actually use it. Products that are always free, a few others as well. So feel free to try some of these. These are, of course, very interesting. Once you create the Azure accounts, you can go to portal.azure.com, and in that case, you can access the actual Azure portal. And in my case, I have my own Azure portal here, and down here I've actually created all of this already. The reason I've created them before is that this will take a bit of time. So Synapse Analytics takes 10-15 minutes to load, Databricks about 5 minutes, Cosmos DB 20 minutes. I'm not going to use that one at this moment, but machine learning also some time. But let me show you how to create them. So all of these are exactly the same. So let's start with Databricks. Okay, so you get started with a plus sign and you say Databricks. Okay, so I'll show you how to create all of these first. They are already created, but then we'll actually just do the demos. So you say create, and then you go here and you specify some information. So first of all, how you pay for it. This is always the same with all of the objects, okay? So the subscription that you use to pay for things, and then you specify which of the resource groups you want to put this in. The resource group is just basically a box where you put resources inside for organizational purposes, cost management, etc., security as well. But it has no relevance in the actual functionality of the product itself. And then you give it some name. So let's say Andy Databricks 2, because one is already taken. Not in East US, but one is already taken. And then I would recommend the pricing tier to be trial premium. So you get 14 days free DBUs. DBUs is how you pay for, it's like the license that you have whenever you create a Spark cluster. You have to pay a license per core. So you get some DBUs for free here. That means it's a bit cheaper, so it's a good idea. I will not be able to use this because I already created one, but still I can see it. Networking, so there's a lot of networking issues, security. I'm gonna skip that security part in this session. This is something for a completely different session. Just to mention that for all of the things I've created, I made this completely public to the internet or to limited IP addresses, but still public to the internet because I'm focusing on the functionality, not the security, okay? But security is important. And then you say review and create, and then you press the create button and create the Databricks, okay? You can also create the Azure Machine Learning Service. So let's go to new. You call machine learning, okay? And please be careful because there's a lot of machine learning from a lot of different companies who are not Microsoft. So you want the one that just says machine learning, the very simple one that actually has Microsoft written on the name. So very simple machine learning, this kind of symbol. You say create. I prefer the old symbol, but that's just me. And then you have a few similar questions. So you say the resource group, of course, and then you say workspace name. So let's say NDML, but in this case, it's not going to work. It has to be number 2. Number 1 is already here somewhere on top. You specify the region where you want to put the information, and you create a storage account. And the storage account is important to store any local information like logs, etc., of all of the things that you've been running. And of course, you also store. You can store a key vault and a container registry so that you can deploy things as well. So these key vault is important for you to access information and store secrets and keys, connections, strings, etc. Application Insights is great when you deploy things, same as the container, by the way. When you deploy a web service, you store the image of that container in the container registry, if you want to, of course, and then you have the application insights to give you information about what happens with your predictive web service. If it's going well, any kind of errors, any kind of logging, etc. This is the application insights is the same as the one you use for websites, so it gives you a lot of information, so it's very easy to use. And then networking is always the same. In my case, I'm going to put all public, but if you use private endpoints, you get the option of adding private endpoints. In some cases, you can specify the IP addresses, etc. So normal. And then you have advanced for, in this case, it's encryption. In this case, I'm using Microsoft managed keys, but I could use the key vault to use my own keys if I wanted to. I'm not going to do that. And then, of course, review and create. Tags are just informational for things. You can even use these tags for cost, etc. But I'm just going to use this for normal, and I'm not going to use this one here. You can use tags for util, by the way, as well. So you say create, and then you create a new machine learning service. And now I'm going to tell you the last one that we can also create, which is the Synapse Analytics. Okay, and in this case, you create the Azure Synapse Analytics. It's not the other that also says Synapse, which is the DW, okay? It's actually just called SQL Pool at this moment. They changed the name last week, but the one you want is Synapse Analytics, Azure Synapse Analytics. This is the one you want. This is, remember to verify that this is still from Microsoft. There are similar names. And then of course you say create, and then here you have to specify a few options. All of these options are very similar, of course. You can tell that these options are all very close to each other, similar. And anyway, you define the workspace name. You have to also define an account where you store some things as well. This is obvious. And then inside the account, which file system you're going to use. So this is easy. You can have one that's already created or create a new one. Security, you have to create, and this is important for Synapse Analytics. You have to create a SQL user that's going to be the user that manages the server, the logical server where you can connect the databases. In this case, you have two logical servers. You have one for dedicated pools, which is the big machines with 60 nodes that store data warehouse contents, and you have the other lightweight or serverless database, serverless SQL server, logical SQL server that just allows you to connect to external tables to, let's say, to a file, a CSV file, a Parquet file inside of a storage account or a data lake. Okay, in both cases you'll have an admin user, which in this wizard is actually going to be created with the same name. Just rename this for security reasons. You shouldn't use this name, you should use something else. But then you use a username and a password. You can also add Azure Active Directory security if you want to, but you have to go there and do that once this is deployed. Anyway, networking will, let's say, allow connections from all IPs. I'm okay with that so far. And then we'll have a look at summary. So you would basically create, I'm missing something in the middle. This is all right. I didn't add passwords or anything like that, but I would just create it and things would just work. Okay. Now, once I assumed that everything was created, I pinned all of these to the dashboard. And now I'm going to start to have a look at each of these individually. So if you go to Databricks, you don't see much here on the left. So all of these things are already part of the wizard that we created. You have the launch workspace, and this is the same with machine learning. You also have a button to launch the machine learning studio. And with Synapse, you also have a button to launch the Synapse Studio. So this is all the same in practical terms. So let's have a look at Databricks. And with Databricks, what you get is that you have an interface here where you can add some clusters. I've created one cluster already, but to create a cluster, this is easy. You say create cluster, you give it a name, let's say cluster 2, and then you go here and say Databricks You can specify the version if you want to, different versions. Please remember that here you are actually paying for some DBU units, Databricks units, and this is how you pay the license for Databricks, okay? And in this case, you can say auto-scaling, yes or no. So let's keep this as simple as possible. One server only without auto-scaling, the smallest possible, 4 cores each. And then you have to pay some value, okay? And then you say create the cluster and things are all automatically done. It takes a while, but then you can stop the cluster. You can restart the cluster. And if you click here, you can actually delete the cluster itself. Terminates, just turns it off, shuts down, but doesn't really delete it, okay? There's more information, metrics, etc. for the server. I'll skip that part for now. You also have data, so you can get information coming in from data. Some bug there, but let's ignore it. Coming in from data, so you have many data sources, including all of the ones that come from Azure, and then you have a generic one of JDBC. You use a connection string and you access the data. But to do this, this will simply generate a code. This will simply generate a code in which you need to add the information to here. They just have a wizard to generate the code for you, but you have to be the one to fill in the code. Now, if you are at home or basically here on top one, you can say explore the quick start tutorial. This is fairly simple to do. And here you can just go to the cluster. The first part is please create a cluster. And we already have a cluster here. So the cluster, you can attach it. And then you can say run everything. I'm not going to do that. This will take a bit of time. And there's always already things that were ran before some time ago by someone. It wasn't me. But basically, just to show you that this is a SQL notebook, you can change this to any kind of Python, Scala, or R notebook you want. And then you run commands like the SQL command here. In this case, you are creating a table, getting the information coming in from a storage account. But then you can do a select star from that table. This is creating a table inside of the SQL engine of Spark. But then you can also use Python to get the exact same information. You can use something called the Delta Store, in which you store information in Parquet format and do in-outs with it, and multiple people can actually consume it. It has some kind of ACID properties, although they're not perfect. And of course, you can even go to your SQL world and say create a table by using the information you had from the Python world, and then you can see the information. You can also see some graphics, so you are able to, this is the original value, by the way, but you can also go here and say, I want to see some pie charts or something like that. And you can even convert the options to see options in a different way. So all of these are the same. Just a small example of when you have select something group by something. You can do the same in Python, of course. So in this case, it's by Spark, but you can say group by color, aggregate of average of price, and then you have the exact same value. Very easy to do, so it's simple enough. You also have the ability to create jobs, so you can create a job, and then say that job will actually run a notebook. I don't have one at the moment, the quick start notebook. So I want to run this notebook on a regular basis. So let's say schedule, and then say every hour, and this will run the notebook automatically every hour. Okay, and then you have logs, etc. If you have machine learning models, if your code has machine learning models, you can actually store them here in the model registry here. So this is Databricks. It's fairly simple, but let's have a look now at machine learning, and machine learning is a bit more complete. So it also has the compute options here. So you have the compute options, but in this case, you have more options for computes. You have the normal compute instances, which are basically normal VMs, where you basically run the notebooks, although you can run immediately machine learning from there if you want to. Typically, these are just used like your computer or your personal computer, by the way. These are, okay, so every time I do an Azure demo, my cat wants to show up in the video. So here's my cat. Okay, so let me just get my cat to my lap and try to work with this with a cat on my lap. Okay, so she is here. She is here still. She's probably gonna leave, but that's all right. Okay, but she always likes to see an Azure demo for some strange reason. This has been like this for a long time. Anyway, you have a virtual machine here, and that virtual machine can even be your own computer. So you can run Python, you can run, let's say, Jupyter Lab, or just Jupyter Notebooks, RStudio, anything that you want. You can run Visual Studio Code, Azure Data Studio, etc., and then connect whatever you want to the Azure Machine Learning workspace, and have those clusters, the second tab here, run the machine learning for you. So you don't really have to have a VM running here. It's optional. Okay, you can use your own computer, but in my case, because I don't have these things installed on my computer, it's much easier for me to just ask to create a new VM here, and at any time I can even stop the machine if I want to. And the price of the VM itself, the storage, doesn't really matter. It's like a few cents per month. It doesn't really matter, but it's very practical to have something running here. Plus it integrates much more quickly with all of the things there than on my computer. Anyway, as I mentioned, a VM can be used just to run notebooks, and sometimes if you want to do training as well. The compute clusters are a bit more detailed, so let's say plus, and then you have compute clusters which can be dedicated or low priority. So low priority are much cheaper, but they might take you a bit more time because it depends on if the Azure infrastructure is very busy or not, but it saves you money in the end. Virtual machines, you can do machine learning training using normal CPUs or even graphical processing units, so video cards basically. These have very advanced mathematical processing in hardware, so they are faster, so you can get to choose. Let me just say, let's imagine I choose a virtual machine. This is the example I have here. I'm going to say next, and then computer name, let's say cluster 3. I'm not sure how many clusters I've created so far, but at least number 3 is an idea. And then you say minimum number of nodes, that's 0. So if you want to lower this to 0 so that you don't have to pay for things, but then you can say maximum number 1 or even more. So we can add more nodes if you want to. And then idle seconds before scaling down. So if you're not using it, you can reduce the number of active nodes at any time. And then of course you can enable SSH access, even provide this to someone else. Assign a managed identity. There's also options to provide, actually not this one, but the first one, the compute instance. You can even provide that compute instance to your colleague so that they have permissions to see it. So all of this has permissions, but I don't really want to focus on the security at this point. So then you say create, so that's fairly easy, okay? And once you do that, let me just say leave because I already have one, okay? So I have 2 clusters actually. One was generated automatically by a demo, but then they used something, they had some nodes, and then they turned off the nodes. So it's 0 now, okay? And provision nodes 4 and provision nodes 1 because I only created 1, that's okay. You also have inference clusters, and these are basically Kubernetes services. You can create a Kubernetes cluster, and if you're not familiar with Kubernetes, it's basically a layer on top of Docker containers. I'm not a big expert in Kubernetes, to be honest, and I really hate to have to configure a lot of things in Kubernetes, etc. But if you go through here, you can just use one or two lines of code to deploy the actual container, so it's very easy. To actually create the infrastructure itself, it's a really nice wizard. You can then just go there to the Azure portal and detail all of the information if you want to, especially regarding security. But in any case, this is fairly easy to use as it is. So it's usually quite all right. In any case, you have the possibility of using Azure Kubernetes services for containers, but you can also deploy the web services that you use for the prediction. You can also deploy them to something called Azure Container Instances, which are just individual containers that float around in the clouds, and you have no idea where they are, but they just work. You can connect to them, they work, and it's just much simpler. And if you don't want to manage a Kubernetes cluster, just use container instances. However, to do that, you have to use, let's try to get my cat into here, see if this works. As long as I have access to my mouse, I'll be okay. So my cat really wants to be a part of this presentation. She's an Azure cat. Anyway, you can also have, as I mentioned, Azure Container Instances, or you can even deploy the web services to an actual VM. You can also attach other things. So you can attach things such as a virtual machine, a generic virtual machine. Okay, this is probably not a good idea. Okay. Some people have kids, I have cats, so it happens. Okay, give me a second. Anyway, okay. Anyway, it fell down, but don't worry. I had a piece of paper here, but it fell down. Anyway. Anyway, you can even attach compute so that you can run things from inside your own virtual machine. So you can create your own virtual machine if you want to. You can connect to Databricks and run it from there, or Azure Data Lake Analytics, which is not very interesting, or HD Inside as well. So in the future, might even be able to run from Azure Synapse Analytics. We'll see that next. Okay, but anyway, you create a compute instances. You can go to your data store, so you can create a data store from a lot of different options. So you can get it from Blob Storage or Data Lake Store. These are pretty much the same, except for the security and some optimizational reasons. A file share, so a Samba file share that you have on your computer with / server name / server, which is okay. SQL database. Technically, you can also get this from a data warehouse because all you have to do is to manually enter the address. Postgres, MySQL. So you get the information coming in from here automatically. If you want for more things, you need to code this in Python directly. It's still available, but you need to code this in Python directly. Anyway, this is easy to create. Some of these are created automatically, like this ones, and you can use them. You also have data labelings just for you to understand what kind of data you have there, personal identifiable information, confidentiality, etc. Let's have a look on top. So we start, home is the home, so it's the start page. You have notebooks, so we'll see notebooks just in a second. Okay, I have some notebooks already here, so we'll have a look at some of these. Okay, so I'll have a look at some of these just in a second. You have AutoML, which is actually very good, which automatically runs things for you. I'll give that one a try just in a second. And you have the designer, which does all of the graphical things. So it has all of the graphics that we saw before. So if you just say something like this, you will see a graphical interface for this. I'm not going to run it because it would just take too much time, but just to give you an idea that this is possible, all you have to do is to associate a compute target, so a computer where this runs, and then press the submit button here to run it. And then when you want to publish this to a web service, you just click the publish button here. So it's very simple to do. Anyway, you have some data sets, and data sets actually come from the data stores. So you can create a data set from a data store, just upload a normal file, or even get that from open data sets which are available online, like the samples diabetes one that I've created here. You also have others, but we'll see that in a second. Okay, and you have, of course, your experiments. So every time you run a training, the list will show up here. I've ran these two so that you could see it already. And then once you select an experiment, you save the model in the model registry. So I ran this experiment a few times and I've saved this model here, and then you can use that model to do machine learning predictions using a web service or something else. You can also download it. So if you go here and take this, you can just download the thing or deploy this to a web service if you want to. So all of this is very easy to do. Endpoints are basically your web services. So currently I have a web service for prediction. Not sure why I have to. I think I ran this twice accidentally, but don't worry. At the end of the session, I'll turn this off. It's not going to spend that much money. It's just a few cents, so it's not going to be a problem. Anyway, let's start with automated ML, and then we'll have a look at the rests. And with automated ML, I've ran once for the diabetes experiments. I can show you how to do that. So let's start with let's use a data set, the diabetes data sets. And if I click here, I have my diabetes data sets. Oh, well, I don't. Okay, something went wrong. First time I see this. Something went wrong. Sometimes it happens. So I did click this, but I was expecting. So the diabetes data set has a lot of numbers. I have no idea what they mean, to be honest. I'm not an expert in medical things. Unfortunately, I don't have that specific problem. But basically, you have a whole bunch of fields, and the last field is going to be a Y field, and we will try to predict that Y field as a result. So you create a new experiment with a new name. So let's say diabetes 2 or something like that, and then the target column, you have a few of them. So age, gender, BMI, no idea what these are, and then Y. Let's try to predict the Y based on the previous columns, and then you select the compute cluster. So let's say I select cluster 1 or the other one, and then I click next, and then I can select what kind of things I want. Because that column has a lot of values, so numerical values, it's not classes, it's not ABCD, it's a sequential numerical value. In that case, I want regression, but in other cases, if I wanted to predict the bank loan, I would use classification. I also have time series forecast if I want to, but for instance, even in the case of classification, you can even use deep learning to get a better accuracy. It takes much more time, much more resources, but you get much more accuracy. So regression would be the one. And then I have some additional settings so I can specify which metric I want to see. So some of these metrics depends for regression, etc. Depends. A normalized root mean squared error or is usually the closest to the smallest value is the better value because it's closer to the prediction. There's a small difference between you and the prediction. Exit criteria, you can automatically stop things if they go wrong for some reason or if they have less quality than all of the other trainings. But this will run a whole bunch of different trainings on this data sets with a lot of different algorithms automatically. So this is AutoML, and this can be done for you using a wizard. There's also codes to do AutoML, so that's actually even better, but let's ignore that one for now. So let's say validation, you can define the validation that you want. There's a few different validations. I'm going into a lot of details. Concurrency is you can have multiple running at the same time, and then you say save, and then here you say finish, and things will run. Let me show you the results of the running. So the running will be something like this. Completed is equal to 1. You have the first run, and inside you have a lot of child runs, but let's go inside. Okay, I'll say discard. Okay. By the way, you saw a lot of graphics. So all of these graphics are available for all of the runs, etc. So these are actually very practical. Let me just go here again for a second. Include child runs. So you actually get a lot of graphics. Let's say you wanted to add the information that was here. You wanted to add that to a graphic, you can actually add that, just create a new graphic, etc. Add charts and add that. We don't have that much time, so I'll skip those details for now. Okay, so let's go to run. Okay, and on run, you can basically say, okay, I have the results. This is the best value that I got, 69, 0.69. There's other metrics as well, but in this case, view all other metrics. You have other metrics as well here, but let's say data guardrails, you have some information that you want to look at, okay, and then the models that were available. So all of the tries, all of the trainings that were done, the best one is this one that has 0.69, and the other ones were slightly worse for some reason. That's okay, but then this one is the best, and you use this one as the model in the end. So let's say view explanation. And then, of course, you can see the explanation, a bit details, etc. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. This would require a bit more information, but global importance for all of the information says that the S5, I think it's an S5 here, and the BMI are the most focused ones that you needed for all of the training, the most relevant ones, etc. But there's more, of course, so I'll skip that part for now. You can download the model if you want to download a lot of information, outputs and logs, so you have a lot of logs in the storage account. You can see it manually, or you can literally go here and see the logs. So either way, it's very easy. You also have, as I mentioned, the designer. The designer can create some pipelines, and you can see them here later on. Save some models like we did before, and then create the endpoints. Let me just show you the notebooks. Okay, so in this notebooks, and this is the last part I want to show for machine learning. In the notebooks, you have some sample notebooks, tutorials. And then down here, you can just say clone to the machine learning, in this case, the MNIST database, which has a lot of digits, so handwritten digits, and you can use it, but you can start with your first ML experiment, which is okay. So I've cloned this. I've actually ran this already, okay? So I can go here to the training. And in this case, let me just reduce this one again. So we need some space. We are running out of time, so we have about 9 minutes to go, and I still want to show you some Synapse Analytics. It was not initially planned in the session, but it is new, so feel like I have the time to do this, or I should have the time to do this. Anyway, the MNIST database is a lot of handwritten digits that get assigned from 0 to 9, and then you try to do OCR and detect the digits, okay? So what you get here is that when you this one, what you get here is you need to do a training. So I'm going to skip most of the code which is not relevant, okay? But basically the start code that I'm relevant in is to actually go here and create a cluster if it doesn't exist. So use the cluster if it exists, or provision a cluster to say AML compute provision cluster with a certain size, VM size. So VM size is equal to the size standard D2V2 virtual machine, minimum nodes, maximum nodes, so all of the configuration we defined before as a default, by the way. And if not, if you already have a cluster, so if you name, instead of CPU cluster like the one you saw before, if I name this my own cluster, this will actually use my own cluster instead. So either way is okay. And then you have the cluster, either you start to use that cluster you already had or create a new one. And then you download the databases for the file. So all of these files have database, the images and the labels. So the images are down here, the labels are on top, and all of these are slightly different. I'm not going to detail code that much, but feel free to have a look. The X is going to be the images, the Y is going to be the labels. Basically, it's always like this. And you have for training, and then you have a separate data set for testing, 60,000 for training, 10,000 images for testing, and then you can randomly see 30, sample size 30, you randomly see 30. This part is easy, so you do a lot of training, and to do the training is easy. Training is just this. You call on logistic regression to do the training, some parameters, but I'll skip that part, and then you say fits. And this is okay. And then here you can do the prediction and verify if the quality is correct or not. So machine learning is basically 3 lines of code in this case. Very simple to do, okay? Of course, then you can get the metrics here. So these are the metrics that you saw in the portal just before. You can say run.log and log all of the metrics. That's easy. But then once you do this, you need to deploy this job into the cluster. So you create some environment for the cluster. You specify what you need to do. This one was the actual file, train.python file that you needed to run on the different cluster, and this next part just sends it over to the cluster so that it will run on a different cluster. So you define the dependencies, and then from here you just say script run configuration is equal to train.py file, which was the file from before, and then just say you want to run it on a certain environment. Compute targets. Compute target can be quote local, which runs immediately on your computer. But if you start to run it, then in that case, you can see a link to Azure Machine Learning Studio and see the results as in the experiments here, so you can see the details. I'll skip that part. But you can also monitor the run by using this widgets. Okay, so view run details, you see this widget, you have some links as well in some cases, but basically you can go directly here to the experiments and see it directly here, there. So basically you run until it finishes it. And once you do that, you get some metrics results. And in this case, actually this part didn't run for some strange reason. I'm not sure why. This was weird. 14, it jumped to 15 there. This was very strange. Anyway, once you do that, you get some results, etc. This is your model file, so you get the model file as well. And finally here, you register the model so that the model shows up here on the left. Okay, that's very important. And the models here, you can have different versions of the model, so every new training gets a better version, let's call it like that. And in this case, you might even have some tags that tell you the percentage values, but you have to create the tags yourself, okay? Anyway, let me just show you one last thing for the notebooks, which is to deploy this as a web service, okay? And in this case, you can do this with Kubernetes, but in this case, I've used this one with Azure Container Instances. So you basically have your model. In this case, they actually registered the model twice, so please ignore that part. So this is number 1, number 2. Okay, so tutorial number 2. So basically you register model again. You didn't need to, but they do. And then you do the dependencies for the actual container, etc. And then you specify what you need to do, deploy as a web service. And you have to specify an init function for the web service. So this gets you the model in any configuration. And then you have the run, which is every time someone requests something from the web service, this runs on the raw data as inputs, processes that using model.predicts, and then returns the information out. So this is typically JSON, returns the information out. So this is, of course, very simple. But then to actually deploy it, you can just create a configuration file, number of cores, number of memory, and then from here you can just say environment gets, inference, etc. So this is very easy. You define the things, and then you say model.deploy, and then you deploy the actual container here. And this will be an Azure Container Instances container. And once you do that, the service is deployed. There's a web service running on port 80, or depending on port 443. And then from that, you can just simply get that address, which was here. And then you can call on that service to actually get your results. So you can just upload data by asking data. Let's see some examples of predictions, and then you get predictions. The one on top is the actual values. The one on the left is the predictions. Let's see, this one here is easier. The center line is, of course, the best option that you typically select in machine learning. That should always be the majority of points. But here, the graphical part, they actually remove the diagonal to be able to see the other ones better. And this one that's white here is probably the one where you have the most errors. So if it is all black, that means that these have 0 values outside of the diagonal. That means that it's good. If you have values outside the diagonal, the prediction part, so the true labels and the predicted labels, actually this is the other way around. Predicted labels are down here, true labels are on the left. So if they don't match, if they have some color here, that means that something went wrong, and all of these were probably predicted. Still, this is 91 or 92% the last time I ran this, so it's very good. And if you want to predict these using the actual service, you can try to predict it. These two were wrong, okay? So these two were actually wrong, so they didn't get the labels right. We're okay with that, so we can survive. So these two got it wrong, and that's perfectly okay. Right? Anyway, this one detected a 7, this one detected a 1. Yeah, this doesn't look like a 9. Actually, this looks like a 9, and this was supposed to be a 1, and vice versa. And then, of course, in the end, you can just say service delete and delete the web service. This is, of course, an option. Let me just ask a question. So, Michael, is there enough time for me to, like 5 minutes for me to demo Synapse Analytics, which is just new? Is that okay?
Hi, Andy. We have only 1 minute left because we have to make the closing. Sorry about that, but we're in a little bit hurry.
Okay, I do understand. So let me just show you for 1 minute. Let me just show you the interface. So if you go to Synapse Analytics, you have a lot of data. So you can get data coming in from any kind of database or even Spark tables. Okay, this is probably something for a completely entire session. You can link this to Cosmos DB, so you can get information coming in from Cosmos DB. So you can read things from Cosmos DB and say run, and this will actually show you things coming in from Cosmos DB. You can get this from Data Lake. You can get this from Blob Storage. You can get this from other services as well. And basically, you are running either containers, sorry, either SQL scripts, or you are running notebooks. If you are running notebooks, in that case, I don't think I have one here, to be honest, but if you are running notebooks, that means that you deploy a notebook, let's say load to data frame, so that you can load the data. And in that case, you need to run this as a Spark cluster. So all of the configuration for the servers is here on manage. I'll leave that up to you for playing around later. You also have the develop here, in which you can create the SQL scripts, the notebook scripts, and by the way, right click on a file or anything in the data parts will actually generate a script to do bulk loads, to create external tables, to do all of this. So this is very functional. I do apologize that there's not enough time to do this, but only last week this came out. This is not something that was planned in this session, but in any case, very interesting to see. You also have data flows similar to integration services. These are exactly the same as Data Factory, so feel free to try these as well. It's not listed here, you have to configure it first, but you can even create Power BI reports and then publish them to the Power BI service. So fully integrated option. And finally, you have your pipelines exactly the same as the Azure Data Factory. You can create your own pipelines here as well, so that you can do some ETL processes in sequence, etc. So
Andy, we could make a part 2 for the next time.
Probably.
Like continue.
This is actually fairly new. I do know that this is not enough time to actually demo this. I would love to demo this, but I've done some videos for this, and this took about 10 hours to demo all of the functionality. So yes, it's a long time. but just wanted to show you that you can run inside of one of these notebooks, etc. You can also run machine learning, the same as Azure Machine Learning Studio. If this is for prediction things, so web services, etc., I still prefer the Azure Machine Learning Studio. It's the best one to manage it. If you just want to do pure analytics without prediction parts, or do this as a batch, Synapse Analytics might be a good thing. Remember, you have the databases here that can go all the way up to petabytes in size. So Cosmos DB can go up to petabytes in size. And all of these dedicated databases also have the possibility of being here, huge databases here. And then, of course, as I mentioned, new SQL scripts to see the table, create job, new notebook to load that into a data frame like here, and also external tables. I don't think I have one created, but still, well, I do from a Parquet file. So you can even read the information coming in from a Parquet file to read it in a very easy way. If you want to see it, just go to any file. This is the last demo I'll do because I know we're really running out of time. So if you go here to an actual file, you can right-click that file, let's say the Parquet file, and ask to see the file, or then say scripts to bulk load into a database or create an external table, or in the notebooks, even load that to a data frame or Spark table. And these are the Spark tables. By the way, amazing thing, you can mix the SQL world with the Spark worlds in a very easy way, so you can read things from the tables in Spark from the SQL worlds, or vice versa. So this is amazing as a product. Still a lot of bugs, but amazing as a product. Anyway, give it a try. There's some demos on this online, and in my parts, this is all I have. I know we're running out of time. For this session and for all of the other sessions, I know that you have some evaluations in the SQLSaturday website. Feel free to evaluate. Evaluations are important for the speakers to know what they did well and what they did wrong. And this does not give us any extra food at this point, but anyway, still very useful to get from your feedback. And if you have any questions, I'll leave this up for later. Feel free to contact me using LinkedIn or Facebook or something like that. And just want to thank you all for being here at this point. So, Michael, how are things? Oh, you have a brick wall behind you.
Absolutely. So it is time to close, Andre,
Okay.
but hope to see you again next year. And I have some interesting announcements, interesting also for you. So just I need to share my screen to do that. And this will be the closing. So it is time actually for last few minutes. First, thanks to everyone who joined this event. Special thanks to our partners, because without partners, we are not able to do this event. Really, it was very important that some of local and international companies supported this event. And special thanks to our team, our volunteers, and these people actually did everything around organization. So really, thank you for this. I appreciate very high your effort, and we did one awesome event. Some statistics, actually, our numbers are going higher. We have till this moment 15 SQL Saturdays in Bulgaria. This is 15 Plovdiv, and we had 195 registered via SQL Saturday website attendees, and more than 200 already via GoToWebinar, and even more additionally via social networks. But recordings will be available, so many people additionally will able to join this good content after closing of this conference. And don't forget, we are starting work on next SQLSaturday Plovdiv. For now, target date is June 2021, depending on situation, because we really would like to make this event in person. So consider these dates that probably in June, if everything is fine, we will have an awesome SQL Saturday in Plovdiv after 6-7 months. So thanks again and hope to see you again next year.
At PokerStars, we believe in uniting and celebrating those who share our unique mindset and putting our community of employees and customers first. This approach has kept our company culture strong. It doesn't matter if we're at home or in the office. Wherever we're based, PokerStars will always be where the best play. Behind the scenes, we've stayed closely connected through our company Facebook group, where our people have been sharing what they get up to at home. It's given us an opportunity to socialise with international colleagues in a completely new way and give a warm PokerStars welcome to our 467 new hires within the first half of the year. And as experts in entertainment, we've naturally been getting creative. From TikTok dances, to yoga classes, to pizza making and fitness challenges, to musicians, sunrises and lots of pets. Beyond sharing photos and videos, we've come up with tons of ways to entertain each other. Our company-wide bingo and quiz nights have been a hit, and we've tried and tested our own products with a 60% rise in joining free-to-play staff poker games. These ran alongside our incredible celebrity tournament, which raised more than $1 million for charities around the world. Oh, did we mention our own celebrity? Back in May, we held our biggest and best scoop event yet, when a PokerStars ambassador won a new world record for poker on Twitch, peaking at almost 60,000 concurrent viewers. As we begin an exciting new chapter as part of Flutter, we've never been more proud of the engagement and passion of our people. Thank you all for keeping our community entertained. Want in? We're hiring. Apply at pokerstarscareers.com.